What's going on, guys? How we doing? Hopefully you guys are having a good Thursday evening. We are back at it. Best Bet Live coming to you tonight with a 2-5 no limit hold'em deep stack cash game. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country, joined by the Analyst. That's the nickname I'm going to give my co-commentator tonight, Mike Kruger, the card room manager at Best Bet Orange Park. Mike, how you doing, man? How you doing?
Pretty good. Happy to be in here on a Thursday night with everybody.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. You're going to be here with us tonight for this 2-5 game. And it's great, too, because we are in the middle of our big high hand promotion. Christmas in July is what we like to call it. $2,000 high hands that we have every hour tonight going till midnight. And a fun fact, the past 3 live streams that we've had where the high hand has qualified, we've had a high hand hit on our live stream the past 3 times. So we'll see if we can try to continue with that trend. It'd be cool to see someone snag home a 2K high hand tonight. So we got some new faces to the table, some familiar faces that we haven't seen in a while as well. So don't mind me yelling in the background, trying to get Will's attention.
Clear the chips off the diamond. Oh yeah. Man, y'all a whole bunch of you, man.
Yeah, it's been a while since Will was on the live stream, so I had to remind him about keeping the chips cleared off the diamond so he can get his cards to stand. But he already folded, so we'll go ahead and keep this action going tonight.
Yep. It's a good spot. Just leave them two. Call them the 9. Heads up.
So it looked like Zach opened the button for 30. Scotty called with the 5 tray suited. You do see a jack high flop. Good for Zach. Getting to play this hand in position with top pair, top kicker. Scotty checks it over, and now Zach's figuring out what size he wants to continue with. Did bet out 30, which is about half pot. Pretty wet board. And obviously, if your opponent limp called, he could have a lot of straight draws on a jack 10-8, but Steady only had 5 high, so he pretty quickly lets it go. Zach gets to take down our first pot of the night. Everybody's in. Everybody's got their diamond uncovered. Definitely recognize a few faces on this table. A lot of regular players from the area. I think I know about half of them right off the gate, so let's see if they get into it at all. Just see Scotty open it up under the gun +1 with ace-8 offsuit. Triple C pretty quickly calls with king-10. And looks like everybody else gets out of the way, so it's just going to be these two heads up to the flop. Flop comes king, queen, 8 with 2 hearts. So Scotty does flop bottom pair. He was the pre-flop aggressor. He's going to fire out a pretty large continuation bet, betting 60. Almost pot size bet. Triple C not folding top pair. Does put in the call. Turn 9 of spades. Gives Triple C a gut shot to go along with his top pair. Now, looks like Scotty went ahead and checked it over to him. Triple C bets about 100. Bets 100, which is right around half pot. And Scotty is going to let go of bottom pair there. So the Triple C gets to take that one down. Appreciate everybody tuning in on a Thursday night. Like Country said, we're right in the middle of the 12 days of Christmas, heading into the final weekend right now, so feel free to join in on the fun today. $2,000 every hour at Jacksonville. Through the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it'll be at all three properties, Jacksonville, Orange Park, and St. Augustine. Highest hand will get $2,100 tomorrow, $2,200 Saturday, and then $2,300 on Sunday. Here we see it fold around to AJ on the button, who opens up to 20 with Jack 7 of spades. Both blinds, or no, just the small blind calls Kyle with King Jack. Flops ace 8-8, 2 hearts. Not much for either player. Kyle checks it over. AJ puts in a small C bet. He's going to take it down. We're going to see Triple C limp under the gun. Does have pocket trays.
Was it blowing on me, or you wanted to blow on me? I just would. It's blowing on me, but what's the reason? Oh, yeah. I'm about to say, he can move it over there over here, blow it on me if you don't want first.
Yeah, we were still working on a few AC things, so we kind of got like a portable fan over in our live stream area because it does get a little toasty, especially under the live stream lights. Oh boy, what a flop. Everybody hates this flop.
Yeah, a lot of nothing for everybody on this one.
But RC is going to be the one to go ahead and take a bet at it. That might actually just get everyone to fold, yeah. Literally a bet and take it down.
Power of aggression and position on that hand.
But as you were mentioning, Mike, yeah, we got starting tomorrow. All three rooms will be involved with Christmas in July. $2,100 high hands tomorrow every hour beginning at noon. You could be at any of our three locations, Jacksonville, Orange Park, or St. Augustine. Possibly try to get one of those high hands, or maybe even that card player cruise package that we have as well that's up for grabs.
And giving away one of those each day in lieu of the high hand. Package is valued at $31.44, so definitely a better payday.
Yeah. I mean, you also will get part of that is also you'll get $500 as soon as you board for the cruise and everything. So it's a good time for sure. So interesting here, RC calls. Brett's going to go ahead and raise it to 50 with his ace-6 offsuit on the button. RC's going to go ahead and call. So we got the battle of aces and minimal kickers. Deuce 4 queen flop. Favors RC a little bit. Does have a backdoor to clubs. But Brett is going to go ahead and fire out the bet, and aggression's going to pay off.
Yeah, Brett was the pre-flop raiser, so he continues on that flop and needs to take it down.
Bowling Dude says, might have to go to OP this weekend and try my hand at a cash game. Hey, listen, I'm off Sunday, and that's the final day of the promotion, so I might be over at OP on Sunday.
Well, if you are, I'll see you over here.
Yep.
I'll be out on the floor most of the daytime portion of Sunday, so
yeah, it's going to be
hopefully handing out lots of $2,300. You know,
it'll definitely be nice. All right, so we got the straddle is on into 3 seats. Straddle under the gun. AJ's going to bump it up to 40 with his king queen offsuit.
Reasonable. I had a $40 hand last time. He raised it to $50. Got a $35 hand this time, y'all. Y'all don't know to get me the phone.
All right, so Zach, who did straddle under the gun, unfortunately does not continue on. AJ is going to take it down. Early on, we've seen the aggression is what's getting people paid off early.
Pocket 7. Trust me, if I hit it, he would not have seen it. Sometimes I call that, but he's going loud. So I feel like
Talking with some of the players, a friend in the 9th seat there, Scotty, said it's been 4 years since he's been in our card room last time, which was before COVID, and this is his first time back in the room and first time playing on the live stream in that long too. So it's good to see him. Hopefully it's a good run for him. AJ's going to bump it up 25. Ace Queen offsuit. Triple C is going to go ahead and call. He's got Queen 10 offsuit. Now with Wiz calling, I would assume Zach, yeah, he's priced in to go ahead and call. Suited one gapper, as is RC. So we got the best bet heads up, 5 players at a flop. King Jack 8 on this flop.
Yeah, Wiz and RC both with middle pair, but Triple C open-ended and AJ got shot to Broadway.
Board does pair. That gives Wiz trip jacks. But
Yeah,
it
both
is
RC and Wiz.
Also does give Wiz a club draw on top of his trip jacks.
And Triple C with the best club right now, holding the queen.
Man, those equities are so even. And double paired board.
They're gonna say Wiz and RC's equities are going to stay even on that run out.
Jack's full. Jack's full of 8s for both. Wiz is going to go ahead and bet out 155. Looks like RC is going to go ahead and thought about it. He got the chips ready like he was going to call.
Yeah, he's definitely putting chips in. It's just a matter of whether he wants to raise, which he does. Decides to rip it with the boat.
Yep, does rip it all in. And Will does go ahead and fold. And now Wiz. He's going to think about this a little bit.
I hope you only have 150.
Just trying to figure out mostly, I think, if RC has King Jack, but
Yeah.
this guy will put in the call.
He will call, and it's chopping it up.
I know you didn't think that I didn't call without Jack, right?
Chop it up.
You got to slow roll the chop. It's only right. Like if this man got pocket king, pocket jack, pocket 8, he about to get all this money. I should have bet the flop. I don't know what I was doing. I would have got him to put it in on the turn. He would have caught up
Kind of like this Wiz guy.
over the river.
Also pretty snazzy shirt. Has the gas tank logo, but says full of enthusiasm.
Yeah, I like it.
Listen, we like personalities on the live stream, so
Part of the beauty of the game of poker. At least when I first started playing, that was one of the big attractive pieces. Where else in the world do you sit down at a table with, 8 random people with really wide personalities?
or in some cases, 8 random people with no personality, which is not
Yeah, but then you know who the villain is.
fun. True. You're exactly right. All right, Kyle's going to get involved. Ace-10 offsuit. He's going to bump it up to 50. Scotty calls with King-9.
We did have an under the gun straddle. So
Call 2, fold 3, fold 4.
So AJ will fold as well, it looks like. So we're going to have 3 players at a flop. Jack 10 queen, so a pair of 10s for Kyle. However, Scotty just flat out destroys the flop with his straight.
yeah, Kyle puts in a C bet. He could have ace king. I don't think Scotty's going to be overly afraid of, you know, a monster under the bed, but
200. Fold.
Definitely not with
He
that
does.
raise.
yeah, definitely he goes for the raise. I guess with the 2 diamonds out there, all the different straight draws, he's trying to pump up the pot right now.
But Scotty will take it down. Kyle did show the ace-10, but Scotty's like, oh, that's nice.
That's cool.
That's cool. Still outflopped you.
Dollar gave you the dollar for free to give me a hand, and what'd you do? You flopped me the second. That's not the first.
Correct.
You'd have had Broadway. Bet.
Also, guys, we are getting closer and closer to the Card Player Poker Tour. August 10th, it starts up. $400 no limit hold'em event that's going to be taking place with 6 flights, all headlined by our Mystery Bounty main event. $1,700 buy-in for that main event. Bounties are going to range anywhere from $500 to $50K. It's going to be a fun time. Mystery Bounty events are always a fun time to get involved with. It's always exciting to see the bounties that people pull. As always, guys, you can check out the website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details when it comes to promotions, tournaments, live stream schedule, and much more. Kyle got ace-10 again.
We're just going to take the order. We're never coming back, though.
But, yeah, Kyle just raises it. AJ folds, and we'll just keep moving on to the next hand. Yeah, Mike, I forgot to ask you, did you have a chance to go back and catch any of that 5-10 game we had last week?
No, the one with Lexo?
Yeah.
I haven't been able to catch up and watch it yet. I was out of the state for a couple days.
Right.
So playing catch up on most of, you know, life's more tedious activities. I'll find some time for the poker probably this weekend.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a fun one to check out for sure. We had a lot of good hands in that game.
I bet so. Definitely want to watch it before Lexo puts a vlog together from it.
Biggest pot of the night was a hand between Russ and Todd, Todd L. Pocket aces versus pocket queens ended up being over 11K in the middle.
So, and you said Russ and Todd, I know they both favor the more aggressive action, so
That they do.
I would imagine they got it in.
Oh, they did. And it was funny, 'cause I think, anyway, Russ blind raised it to 200 before he saw he had aces.
Oh, man.
Yep, and then Todd raised it to 500, and then that's when the all-in snap call took place, and then we were off to the races, and ace on the flop, and the rest is history. Russ took it down. But the way they were playing the entire night, you knew it was coming.
Yeah, I'd imagine they had a lot of back and forth, knowing the two of them, and then it just kind of gets set up perfect for a blind raise and
Yep.
fireworks.
It was definite fireworks for sure. Meanwhile, the 4s are going to edge out the 3s. And Zach's going to take down this pot. Yeah, that was definitely a very fun 5-10 game. If you guys haven't had a chance to watch that live stream, I definitely suggest going back and watching that 5-10. And I'm pretty curious to see the vlog that Lexo puts together for that, because Lexo booked a pretty big win that night too.
Yeah, I know he usually isn't too far behind in terms of putting his vlogs out compared to real life playtime, so would imagine it's coming soon.
Yeah. If it's not out there already, I don't know. I'll have to double check and look. But yeah, no, he always enjoys playing here at Best Bet. So, all right, Triple C is going to go ahead and just call with his pocket trays.
It's funny you said it, Country. I had to look it up. He just posted the vlog from that game 7 hours ago.
Oh, did he?
So like,
Okay.
I was like, I haven't looked today. And like, sure enough, he just uploaded it today. So
Gotcha.
he's
All
pretty
right.
quick.
Yeah, I'll have to go check it out and see what he had to say. All right, we are at the flop. We got pocket trays versus 9-4. 2 pair for CC and or Triple C, and then that's going to be it for that. Kathy, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're doing well. Let me say hey to some other people. We got William in the YouTube chat. Good to see you. Steve as well. As always, good to see you. Appreciate you hanging out with us.
Go to like the profile. That's what I'm doing. And they have a section called Live, where all the live streams are. And best bet. That'll be the first video on there. Best bet live. Fold 1 on the 2.
Yeah, William, that's what we just got done talking about. Yeah, it's already posted. That'll give me something to watch for tonight.
3.
Ooh, ace-king suited for AJ. He's going to go ahead and bump it up. Is it the 25, it looks like? Brett folding his pocket 5s. It's like RC and Scotty are going to call. Scotty with his offsuit 1 gap. Suited clubs for RC. And that's a good flop for RC. He's got his flush draw. AJ's going to go ahead and put out a bet here. Bet's 30. Get Scotty out of there. RC is going to go ahead and call. Figure that's a good price to keep it going. Now 7 of hearts gives RC a pair of 7s.
Pretty good card for AJ to keep firing, though. Doesn't bring in the flush. Doesn't improve too many straight draw type hands. Fortunately for him, RC has the 7 of clubs.
And a 9 under river. 9 of spades.
See if AJ wants to empty the clip.
Yep. And it's going to go ahead and go to showdown, and RC will show he's got the 7.
Yeah, I mean, AJ did have some showdown. I guess AJ did have some showdown value. If your opponent has a flush draw that didn't pair up, you know, say RC had ace high flush draw, AJ's ace king would have beat it.
Button pass. If you switch now, you'll pick up a miss big.
When the button gets there.
Well, sounds like Will and RC may be negotiating swapping seats. But they're going to wait a minute as Will's in the blind now.
Call 2. Call 3. Call 4. Call 6. Call 7. Call 8.
I got some limping going on right now.
55.
Scotty says that's enough of that, as I have the aces.
Oh,
And
queen.
Will's got queens.
Just talking about aces versus queens.
Yeah, you know, I was about to say, we just got done talking about this, and sure enough, here we are again.
All in.
The classic battle, aces versus queens, and Scotty rips it all in.
About 680 or 700.
Yeah, so Will 3-bet at the 155. Scotty ripped it all in. That's the action right now. I think they're just getting a chip count to see how much Will would have to put in to call.
For a card protector.
And if that chip count's accurate of 765, it's going to be pretty tough for Triple C to get off of it.
805 is the official number.
805.
Yep. And there is the call. So here we are, off to the races. Aces for queens, a classic tale forever told.
You want to turn them over, Will, or no? No. I know you don't normally.
All right, let's see the flop. Oh, there's a face card.
Well,
Oh, well.
I think Scotty wins.
Yeah, Scotty
Oh,
definitely
my.
wins. Got the flush.
Insult to injury on the river.
Yeah, the queen on the river. Ugh. Yeah, it was already done on the turn. Scotty with the nut flush. And a big double up for Scotty on that hand.
It always feels like an insult when you hit your suck out card after you're already drawing dead.
Mm-hmm. Brutal run out for Will there, but Scotty, big hand for him. Aces versus queens. Yeah, and it's funny because we just got done talking about aces versus queens with Russ and Todd, and here we are seeing it again, and same, almost the same result, except it was the flush that completes.
Okay. Yes. 15. 15. Raise 20, 43, 44, 46, 7, 8.
Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. We'll take this live stream tonight till about 11 o'clock. Got 4 players at a flop here. 8, 9, 5, all spades. What a flop for Wiz as he hits the flush. Essentially flopping everyone practically dead.
Now I'm going to bet.
Although Scotty's going to go ahead and fire out a bet.
75.
He's going to bet 75, which for Wiz, that's Christmas.
Yeah, from Scotty's perspective, it checks it around to him, and pretty happy to put out a bet with that board.
Yep.
Given 9-7.
Mm-hmm.
Top pair, gut shot.
Now Scotty dead. King of hearts on the turn. Across all rooms, bowling dude. Across all rooms. So yeah, it's whatever has the highest high hand between the rooms after that hour. That is who wins the high hand. And it will end at midnight on Sunday. Well, that's injury. Scotty completes his straight. But Wiz does bet Scotty easily folding.
Well, pretty good fold by Scotty to get off with a straight.
Yeah.
Only losing to a flush. Wiz did go with a really large size, so maybe that raised a red flag for Scotty.
All right, so 30 minutes in. Our first dealer change. Let's go ahead and show how those stats look after 30 minutes. Yeah, Scotty right now your big winner. Again, aces versus queens. And Scotty doubled up off of Triple C. So that's where you see why Scotty is up so much and why Triple C is stuck a bit. RC, Wiz, Zach, and Brett all in the black. AJ and Kyle in the red, but still relatively even. Not too much of a loss already as we're 30 minutes in. We had a quick glimpse of the V-pips. We'll show V-pips again after this hand. All right, Will's going to bump it up to 60 with ace-8 suited. Will's on the button. RC's going to go ahead and call. All right, ace-king versus ace-8. Pretty good flop for ace-king as they have a gutter to a straight. Yo, it's my dude D Money in the YouTube chat. What's up, D Money? Good to see you, man. Hopefully you're doing well.
And you had a diet bottle water beverage?
Board does pair.
Bottle water?
105 from the 1 seat.
Who's going to fire out 105, and that will
that's gonna
get
work.
RC. Yeah, it does work. RC folds.
So wait on your Starbucks. Okay,
All right, a quick look at the VPIPs, how things are. Everyone's been pretty active. Scotty with the highest VPIP, 64%. Pretty high VPIP for Will, actually, 42% for him. Right now, Brett with the lowest VPIP at the table, 21%. But all pretty respectable as far as VPIPs go. So we're in our, again, first 30 minutes of the live stream. But Brett's going to go get involved here. Ace 10, raised up to 15. We got to raise the 60 from Zach, 3-bet. And that 3-bet will be enough for Zach to go ahead and take it down.
Small blind. Fold 7. Raise 15.
It's like Brett opened it to 15 on the gun +1 with a 7-6 of spades. Gotti with a 3-bet, King Jack offsuit, making it 50 to go. Looks like Brett's going to be the only caller, so just Brett and Scott heads up to a flop.
Wow, another flopped flush.
Brett's going to check that flush over, see what Scotty decides to do. So we've seen him c-bet a lot.
He's on
They
bet
have a
30.
small
Yeah.
continuation, yeah.
And this time it goes check, check.
No, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I don't want to be late.
130 from the
Brett's going to bet 130.
So Brett obviously going for max value with his flush. But
And yeah,
when Scotty checked back the turn, I think he's convincing himself that Brett could be bluffing a lot on a pretty dry river, so he does call, hoping to catch a bluff.
instead he got escorted to Value Town. Brett takes that one. I think that was the flop flush was also a spades again. So if you get spades, play spades right now. That's what seems to be running hot as Brett has ace 4 under the gun. He's going to bump it up to 15.
I had a king and a spade. I knew I was doing good.
raise 45 from
Should have bet more, you probably would have folded.
I got to raise the 45 from Triple C. King, Queen offsuit.
3-4. Hold 6. 45. Yes. Hold 7.
So second time in a row, Brett opened and somebody 3-bet him.
9-4 Jack. So Brett ends up getting a pair of 4s. Meanwhile, Triple C has himself a gutter.
Yeah, plus 2 overs to go along with it, so pretty good board for Triple C to continue.
And it completes. Straight does complete Triple C's hand. He's on bet 100. And Brett will quickly let it go.
Okay, now is the time.
No.
Oh, you guys.
I don't bought the seat now.
No, he was. We were just waiting for the button to get to him.
Whoa, D Money, am I reading that normal right? That number right? My man D Money just came through dropping 20 gifted memberships to the channel.
Yeah, but that's it. It's gonna take all your money away.
D Money, you are the man. Thank you so much for
The one you have on the table I'm talking about.
dropping that gifted membership, man. Always appreciate you, man. That's a big donation. Greatly appreciate you, man.
Hold on. In so many ways.
Right.
I see some people's already auto-claimed those memberships.
Should have got the hand. And I'd have been over there.
So they went pretty quick.
Yeah. Mike, that might be your opportunity, Mike. Claim one of those memberships.
I don't even know how to do such a thing. Sorry.
Fair. Oh, it's your birthday? Wow. We appreciate it, man. Happy birthday to you, D Money. Thanks for stopping by, dude. As always, we appreciate you, man. Back to the hand in progress right now. A pair of 9s are what's in the lead for Scotty. However, Wiz does have the king of diamonds. He's on bet 65. And, yeah, Scotty will let it go.
A pretty bad board for Scotty to hold on with just a pair of 9s. Wiz was the pre-flop aggressor.
Yeah, indeed. D Money hooking it up for sure.
Third call. I don't think he has any red chips. That was the problem. Uh-oh. Circle over.
Check from
Doing 55 and a 30, sir.
So a pretty quick C bet and fold there. Kyle with the ace king on a ace queen jack board. RC only has pocket 6s, so let's turbo into the muck.
Let's let the people look third. Feel it all fine. Back.
I'm trying to remember about the phone if you're in hand.
Yes, sir.
Johnny says today you are BD Money. That makes sense. I like that. All right, Kyle's going to bump it up to 35-8-7 suited. Pocket 9s for Triple C in the big blind here. He's going to go ahead and call. All right, so let's go ahead and see a flop 3 ways. 10, Jack, 8. A pair of 8s for Kyle. Triple C still in the lead with his 9s, plus he's open-ended.
Turn Jack a little scary for Triple C. But River Queen, not so scary. Triple C does check it over on the river. Decides to go for a nice bluff catch. So after Kyle does bet the river, Triple C quickly calls. So
No, no.
was a good choice for Triple C to check the river there.
Hey. Oh yeah, of course. His seat owes him, but my seat ain't giving nothing away.
Right.
My seat's smart.
You're playing
The button is right here.
I had diamonds too, so.
Yeah, no, I knew you were hooked up somewhere. I mean, I didn't want to see that fourth diamond for sure. But I had the
You actually did want to see the fourth diamond.
I forgot. I
With
had
the ace of diamond, you absolutely wanted to see
diamond.
it.
Yeah, you actually needed the fourth
That
diamond.
is the diamond you wanted.
Yeah, because I turned my cards over when the third diamond came out.
Right. Go ahead.
All right, 8 tray king flop here. Pair of kings for RC.
14. 15 from the hole 2. RC reducing.
Yeah.
Hole 4. Good.
Triple C put out a small bet with his small pair.
Well, now that small pair becomes trips.
Saying RC only called on that flop, so now could build. Pretty clean run out. No flush came in, no straights came in. And Triple C does get value with his trips. RC going nowhere with top pair.
Slowly but surely, Triple C is working his way out of the hole he got himself into. With aces versus queens earlier, he's been collecting a few pots here. Still stuck a little bit, but not nearly as bad as he was.
Raise 15 from the hole 2.
Okay,
6. Hole 7. Hole 8, 9.
RC back into mix, though, is going to raise it up with ace-queen under the gun. And looks like Will's going to be back in the mix as well. Queen 8 on the button, suited hand. Made the call. Wiz is in there as well. Zach feels like he's priced in. 4 players at a flop, 6-8 ace. While Zach and RC both getting their ace on the flop.
And middle pair for Triple C, so. Well, unfortunately, RC went with a pretty big size, and Triple C lets it go quick.
All right, so we're heads up, a 10 on the turn.
75.
Isn't really going to change much of anything.
Hey, Will. Frankie, you probably don't remember, but Frankie played with you a lot, my son.
Yeah.
He just called and said, Will almost had you.
Right,
He said, you're lucky. He didn't set that.
7 on the river. The queen will play for RC. It's just going to go to showdown.
I played like a million hands with him. There's so many years to play it. Tons of years. I will, tons of years.
Yeah, a long time.
Yep, beginning, stay gone.
That sounds like Scotty and Will have.
I just won a jackpot, so probably me.
I used to be sneaking in.
Played before.
Hole 6. Hole 7. Raise 15 from the 18. Hole 9. Hole 1. Hole 2. Hole 3. Heads up. Check.
So Brett opened Jack 9 of spades. Zach called out of the small blind with King Deuce. Only those two to a flop of 10-9-7, and Brett puts in a small C bet and gets to take it down. Boring monotone board. Easy for the small C bet.
kind of funny, like trying to listen to the room a little bit. I know we were busy earlier today, had about 34 tables, I want to say, at one point going today with our $2,000 high hand we had going on. But right now, everyone's on their dinner break. I'm sure once 8 o'clock gets back around, tables are going to be booming and bustling again. Pocket fives for Wiz is going to bump it up to 35. Jack 10 suited for AJ. He's going to go ahead and call.
There it is.
6 queen queen. Wiz. Fives are still good. He is going to bet 50. AJ's going to come along. Well, that's unfortunate for Wiz. That double paired board does counterfeit Wiz's hand. The Jack is playing for AJ. He's on bet 80. And yeah, Wiz is going to let it go.
Scenario where AJ was bluffing with the best hand that time.
Unfortunately, not Pai Gow. 3 pair, no good on this table. That'd work on table 88, but not here on table 59.
Very bad flop from my hand and a horrible turn.
Yep.
We'll see waking up with ace king under the gun +2. Makes it 35 to go.
Pocket 8s for AJ. Scotty has an 8 in his hand too, so if AJ's going to try to set mine, it's got to be the case 8. We got 4 players at a flop. A tray, a 4, and a jack. So a pair of jacks for Zach. That's really it.
And not the worst board for AJ's pocket 8s. Only 1 over. I imagine he's going to call at least the flop here. And it's just going to be AJ and Zach heads up to a turn, which comes 5 of spades, so another pretty brickish card if you're playing from AJ's perspective. Zach checked back the turn. River brings a 4-liner, so it looks like it's going to go check again, and Zach's going to take it down with the king-jack. We do see Zach open it up from late position with queen 4 suited, and Kyle defends out of blind with 10-8. Flop does come 8 high. Fortunately for Kyle, when it goes check, Zach does turn a queen. Zach puts out a $20 bet on the turn. Now Kyle puts in a check raise. Makes it 100 to go. Zach is not going to let it go. Decides to call with the queen. River is another queen. So unfortunate timing on a bluff from Kyle. Zach does get to take down this pot. Catching the running queens. You see Zach limp in, as well as RC. And it gets around to the big blind. Scotty checks his option. So 3 ways to a flop of ace, ace, 6. It's like Zach decides to put a stab out there for $10 with his king high, and can't imagine Scotty's going to defend with 8 tray. So pretty quick takedown for Zach.
Your first whiz. Hold 2. Hold 3. Raise 15.
Here we see RC open it up to 15 with ace, queen offsuit from early position. And now it folds around to Scotty in the small blind. Looks down at ace 10. Seeing him put in a fair amount of 3 bets. Does so again. He's going to make it 65 to go. RC pretty quickly calls. It's going to be them 2 heads up to a flop. 7-4 tray with 2 spades. Scotty elects to check it over rather than continuation bet. RC is the one holding the ace of spades. And he's going to check it back. After a 5 of hearts on the turn, we do see Scotty put out a bet of 75. And RC is going to let it go. So Scotty's aggression takes down that pot.
Pocket 10.
Scotty lets his opponent know that he had pocket 10s.
That would have been bad.
Fortunately for him, we all saw his hand, and he doesn't have pocket 10s. And after 1 limp, Kyle opens up to 25 with pocket queens. And everybody pretty quickly lets it go, and Kyle takes down a small pot. Wakes up with a monster, and nobody else has a hand worth playing, so fortunate for him. Can't get any action with his queens. Guy's going to limp in with a jack-4 of hearts. And Wiz has had enough of this limping stuff and makes it 30 to go out of the small blind with 8-7. Scotty does call, though. So we'll see these 2 heads up to a king, queen, jack flop, rainbow. So bottom pair for Scotty. Now turn on a deuce of hearts does give Scotty the flush draw. Wiz went for the bet on the turn to try and take it down. Scotty pretty quickly called. And now Wiz with the river bet. It looks like a value bet. Scotty might have to let his jack go. And he does. So when the river bricks out, Wiz put out a value bet bluff. He gets to take that one down. Getting Scotty off the best hand that time. And similar to last hand, we see it fold around to Scotty, who limps in. And again, the Wiz is presumably going to raise it up. This time he's got ace, queen of diamonds on the button. The blinds get out of the way. So does Scotty want to call it this time? Decides to let it go, and 2 in a row for the Wiz.
That beats that 7-3 offsuit you just set me out of.
I had 7-8.
Nah.
So you get a raise 150. Yeah, absolutely. For sure. I play scary. You can always bet me off. You saw it. You saw it. You bet me off, win. For 900. I can lay down a full house. I just can't lay down a full house. That was the second best thing. Pocket kings and pocket ace this hand. Okay. So the third best hand. No, you can have two. King jack is the third best hand. I already. Well, king jack. So pocket kings, pocket ace, king jack. So the fourth best hand. Yeah, I'm not laying down the fourth best hand. But the fifth best hand, I might be able to lay down.
Hold 7 and 8.
Now we all know where the Wiz draws his line in the sand. You can get him off the 5th nuts, but not the 4th. Here we see Triple C open it up with Queen 10. Folds around to AJ in the big blind. He's going to call it Queen Jack suited. Flop 6-6-4, 2 diamonds. Does go check from AJ, Triple C, C bets, and AJ puts in the call. Turn double pairs the board, it goes check, check. And feeling some of the weakness, AJ is going to try to steal it away on the river. Thinking he did not realize his queen high is good for the chop here. He's trying to bluff Triple C off a hand like king high. AJ was out of the big blind, so we can have all these 6s, the 4s. All the types of cards that hit that board. And when Triple C checked back the turn, doesn't seem like he has much.
No sweat. No sweat. That's messed up. Fold 8, call 9, fold 1, call 2.
All right, guys, getting back into the action here. Let's go ahead and see what we got going on here. Right now, just a bunch of limping. Kyle's going to go ahead and check his option. Pair of trays and a jack on this flop.
So it whiffs everybody.
Yeah, it didn't hit anybody.
Check 7, 9, 15.
I think our flop graphics are wrong. Let me see what the board looks like now.
Turn was an 8 of spades, so just change
Yeah,
the 8 of spades.
okay. So I think what happened is maybe the sensor picked up one of the burn cards potentially.
What's funny is either way, nobody hit a piece of it.
No, nobody got any of that at all.
Weirdly enough, even with an extra card out there,
Yeah.
still didn't hit anybody.
Wow. So yeah, Wiz is going to take this down, and easy game, ace high. With that said, let's go ahead and show stats now as we are an hour in. Scotty gave a little bit of it back, but he's still up. Zach is up a bit as well. Brett and Wiz, and talk about Will. He was stuck about 800, but now he's stuck a little over 250 now. So he's worked his way out of the hole a little bit. Kyle right now the most stuck at the table. And then here's a look at the VPIP. Says again, we are an hour into tonight's live stream. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Don't forget again, $2,000 high hands every hour till midnight tonight. It's part of our Christmas in July promotion. I want to say as well, I'm going to double check a look. I think one of those card player cruise packages are going to be also up for grabs tonight as well.
I just had that earlier. It was good.
I'm going to double check that and look though. That cruise package valued at $3,144. Wow, another flop that doesn't hit anybody. Zach 2 pair, 10s and kings. Backdoor to spades for Triple C, but yeah, bet and take for Zach. So the 11 o'clock high hand winner will be the one that will get that card player cruise package tonight. Pretty fun stuff. Some of the cruise information you know, it does port out of Miami, so you would have to travel down to Miami. But when you get there, you'll get $500 spending cash, a couple other things as well. It's a pretty cool promotion, pretty cool prize we're giving away with that Christmas in July with the card player cruise package going on. And then we talk about card player poker tour right around the corner. We will start having satellites for some opportunities to get into some of these tournaments as well. Starting on Tuesday the 25th, we will have table share for satellite tickets starting that day on the 25th. Things do not slow down here at Best Bet.
No, they do not.
So Kyle's going to go ahead and go all in with his remaining 150. Ace 10 suited.
Not over there. That's too farther over there.
Liz will let it go, and now RC will also let it go as well. So Kyle's just going to take down the dead money that was in the middle.
I had 2 overs. If you had 100, I would have raced you. 125, the extra 125 got me out. It only cost me 100 more. I just didn't want to put in the extra 25.
I like how Wiz just puts values on his hands. This is a $30 hand. This is a $40 hand. Oh, you bet 50? Can't do it.
He thought you forgot about us.
Kimberly asking, what's the promotion high hand for tomorrow evening? Again, Christmas in July. All 3 rooms, $2,100 high hands every hour. That's going to go to midnight tomorrow night, Kimberly.
Saying tomorrow night's the midnight is the cruise package giveaway, the 12 a.m.
true.
payout. So if you're on the night side of things, tomorrow night's your night.
Go ahead.
team effort here. Let's take Will's cards and put him on the diamond since he's preoccupied with food.
5-1.
All right, we are at the flop. 8-7-6 flop. Wow, 2 pair for Will.
Looks like he threw out a $25 bet with one hand while he ate with the other hand.
Multitasking at its finest.
Yeah, we so I'll count.
Might be my 2 favorite things in the world, food and poker. So
You know, it's not
he's
a
living
bad
his best life.
It's not a bad combination.
No. Not when you can flop 2 pair anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Smooth and black. We good?
I'll say your big ones or actions right here.
Go ahead. Your big one.
I vote on.
6, 7, 15, and 8. Hold on.
Folds around to Brett. He's going to open it up to 15 from the cutoff after he looked down at King Jack. And
Heads up.
after everybody folds over to Wiz in the big, he's going to defend with 6-5. And they each flop a pair. Jack 5 Trey. So top pair for Brett, middle pair for Wiz.
Yeah, both got a piece.
Yeah, Brett put out a $20 C bet. Wiz called after he checked it over on the flop.
Yeah, see Wiz.
Yeah, Wiz checked the turn, and Brett went a little bit larger with his bet. And you heard Wiz say, I should have check raised the flop, which he's thinking Brett hit the queen. Fortunately enough for him, he didn't check raise the flop since he would have ran into top pair.
Yeah, he was behind the entire way.
So RC limped under the gun with King 9. Looks like AJ is going to raise it up with 5-4 suited. Maybe trying to isolate a limper. Triple C calls from the button with 10-7 suited.
Looks like RC's in there too. So we got 3 players at a flop. Jack 8-9. RC has a straight draw for him. Also a backdoor to spades. He's going to check around though. Inconsequential tray on the turn. He's going to check around again. King high.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for anybody to bluff that river after not pulling a trigger on the turn, so King high used to take it down.
Tom, no. No giveaways going on tonight.
A little surprised to see AJ not go for the bluff on the turn on that last hand. Seeing him take advantage of some weakness earlier in the stream. Seemed like a pretty good spot to do so again.
30.
All right, so let's see. Will's going to go. Wow, pocket 9s again for Will. He's going to bump it up to 30. And, yeah, nobody else had anything. So he's just going to go ahead and collect the dead money.
Yep. You actually, yeah. If the button and this position under the gun would like to straddle, the button is allowed to first. So, yeah, oh, the other side. So, hold 4. I was 35, 6, hold 7. You didn't know who had the priority?
No, under the guns
Yeah,
So-
we definitely heard heard quite a few opinions about the fact that on the live stream we do allow the button to have priority when it comes to straddling. 6-10-7 flop. Zach has himself a gutter. Just checking around. And the straight does complete for Zach.
Gonna be hard for him to get paid anything, unfortunately.
Yeah. He
For
is
him.
He is going to try. It does basically make a pot-sized bet. AJ does let it go. Jesus, what a time for Wi-Fi to go out. Man, listen, that Wi-Fi sometimes can be troublesome. All right, Brett's going to go ahead and bet 15 here.
So I do see Wiz put in the call.
Ace deuce.
But AJ 3-bets it up to 75.
Oh, wow. Actually, it might work. Brett's folded, and Wiz, I would assume, folded as well. Yep. So AJ
good
does
spot.
take it down.
Good spot for AJ to squeeze.
Has been for the most part, as been watching this for the most part, it's been a somewhat passive table. It seems like whoever does fire out the larger 3-bet and everything is the one that's going to be taking it down.
Yeah, a lot of continuation bets have taken it down as well.
Yeah. So it's been a bit of passive play. Oh, aces have shown up again. Zach, and he's just going to limp with aces. Sneaky, sneaky. And Kyle's going to go ahead and bet. I thought Kyle bet. Did he not?
I'm assuming Zach opened and Kyle called the 20.
Huh.
Just based on the action.
Gotcha. Okay, so the graphics are off a little bit here then. 10-5 deuce flop. Aces are very much in the lead. Kyle does have a pair of 10s, though, on this flop. Zach bets 15. Yeah, I want to say the numbers are off a little bit. Well, now Kyle is electing to raise it here.
Yeah, flop top pair.
Yeah, Kyle basically committed himself here. Uh-oh. Oh, my gosh. What a suck out. Runner for the flush for Kyle.
He did ask for it.
He did.
So.
He did.
He said diamond, and it came. Right on the turn. Yeah.
That's pretty gross.
I was over here mad because I folded my 2-5.
That's the worst way for aces to get cracked.
I was like, ooh, I should have played my 2-5.
The good news is Zach didn't get stung too bad there, but Kyle gets a very much needed double up to get some chips back in front of him.
Oh. Call 2. 3 and 4, 6. Raise. 50.
Now Kyle back in the game. King Queen offsuit is going to bump it up to 50 on the button. Ace Queen for Brett is going to re-raise it. 3-bet of 150.
Pretty tough for Kyle. Almost a mandatory shove or fold spot.
Yep, yeah, we'll let it
Can't.
go.
Not really deep enough to put in a call.
Probably just elected to fold there because he's like, I don't know if I got another runner in me for another potential double up. I'll just let this go.
Yeah, it was like, you know, he was hesitating, thinking about it, and then thought better of it, let it go.
3 and 4. 20 and 6. Fold 7 and 8.
I'm kind of surprised that Kyle hasn't elected to top off a little bit or not. Kind of surprised he's playing with this short stack here. So Wiz has a straight draw, has a gutter, try to hit a 4. Board pairs, that gives him a flush draw now though. So definitely improved his outs. AJ does fold.
Decides to bet at it since he improved with the flush draw.
It's nice to see your outs improved by about 8 or 10, as the graphic showed when that diamond came on the turn. You guys, appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. It's 2-5, no limit hold'em deep stack cash game. Wow. Set of 9s for Brett on the river.
Looks like Zach's trying to rep a hand that hit that river. Fortunate for him, Brett's got it.
Super good. Also, guys, I kind of see there's a little chat issue right now going on YouTube. It looks like there's a little bit of an issue with the chat trying to stay connected right now. Hopefully, the live stream's not being affected in any way. But hopefully that does get resolved. Seems like that's more of a YouTube issue. All right, no 9 seat, no 1 seat. So we're kind of 6-handed right now.
Fold 6, 30, 7.
Kyle bumps up with queen 9 offsuit.
Probably not quite an hour. Probably a little.
Zach's going to call out of the small blind at pocket deuces.
So call 3, 4, 4. That's it.
All right. Deuces never loses. King 6-7 flop.
All clubs and neither player with a club.
Nope. Kyle's going to go ahead and bet 50. And that's going to be the end of that one. Live stream's fine. Okay, cool. Thanks, D-Money. Appreciate it, man.
You.
What's up, Sean? Good to see you in the Facebook chat. Hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. All right, pocket fives for Kyle under the gun is going to go ahead and raise it up here. The 30 bucks. Everyone's folding around to RC in the small blind, 10-8 suited. He's going to go ahead and call. AJ going to call as well. So we got 3 players to the flop here. 10 queen 6. AJ open-ended. Pair of 10s for RC. Now Broadway's completed for AJ.
I'm a little surprised Kyle didn't try to rep the ace on that turn when it checked over to him. Lucky for him that he didn't.
Yeah.
AJ obviously trapping with the nuts.
Yeah, and AJ bets out, takes it down.
So I like the turn check from AJ. Kyle could have a lot of aces or try to rep an ace. Luckily for Kyle, he didn't try anything like that.
No, he's been pretty snug tonight. I guess outside of one hand where he got into a little trouble, which I might have missed.
Yeah, there was one. He picked a unfortunate spot to bluff just because his opponent went runner trips.
Okay. I might have been out of the room for that one. Oh, Brett's got pocket queens. Looks like he bumped it up to 15.
So
looks like it's folded around AJ.
Around to the 6, call for 15, raised to 60 in the 7. Actions on the 8.
Ooh,
AJ
wow,
called and
nines.
then Kyle 3-bet. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Raise. 1, 2.
I think unfortunately, let's see, Kyle. Yep, he is going to put it in. Yeah, I was going to say, he kind of put it where he's putting himself all in here.
Put it in saying it's been fun, but not really.
So off to the races. Pocket nines versus pocket queens. We've seen one run out from Kyle that worked out for him. We see another one. Not with that flop. Not with that turn. Queens are going to hold. And I think Kyle is going to be call. Sounds like he's going to call tonight.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it when he said it's been fun as he called off, pretty much knowing he's not ahead of a 4-bet range, especially on this table. Definitely seemed like one of those, I'm either doubling up or I'm going home right now type of spots for him.
Yeah, it definitely did have that feeling. But he is going to call tonight. Good news is we do have a list. It is a Thursday night. We got a big high hand promotion going on right now, so I'm sure we'll get this seat filled in a few minutes. Again, $2,000 high hands every hour going until midnight tonight. 11 o'clock winner, 11 p.m. that is going to be winning a cruise package for the card player cruise. So we have a lot of things taking place tonight in the room. Come on out, hang out. And then tomorrow, $2,100 high hands going every hour beginning at noon tomorrow at all 3 rooms, shared promotion.
Go straight through noon to midnight. No break.
No breaks. We're going straight through. So Wiz is
All 3
open-ended.
days.
Well, now set of trays for AJ.
And from Wiz's perspective, it's a pretty safe card to continue firing. You know, how could your opponent improve with that card?
Right. Very disguised hand for AJ. And AJ's a very smart player. AJ, as I've said before, one of our more cerebral players in the room. And he's going to go ahead and raise it to 175.
I think if Wiz does hit here, it's going to be very, very disguised. I mean, he was the pre-flop aggressor.
Oh my gosh, and it does.
If you're AJ, I think you're really putting Wiz on an overpair. Wiz was the pre-flop aggressor, continuation bet, call to raise. And so it went bet call pretty fast.
345.
Yeah, Wiz went with a hefty bet.
And AJ snapped it off, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you can't get off the trays there.
No.
Didn't even have to think about it. I'm never folding. Such a dry board, and again, going back all the way to pre-flop, Wiz was the pre-flop opener. So you're putting him, you know, not on 9-6 offsuit.
No. And then in turn, you know, if you're Wiz, you're not putting AJ on having a set of trays either.
No.
So just a pretty gross spot.
So the only fortunate thing for AJ is that Wiz didn't go for a check raise. Might have made it even bigger. Would have cost him some more.
All right, so that's the way things look after an hour and a half here on the stream. Brett now up the most, up 689. Wiz is up a bit. Scott's up a bit. Right now it's AJ that's the most stuck at the table. Unfortunately, we saw Kyle bust out earlier, but we will get this seat filled. Quick VPIP look. We'll look at the VPIPs after this hand.
And AJ might be the most stuck, but almost all of it was from that last hand we just saw.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Yeah, that was just a tough situation, unfortunately. Turned a set of trays and get rivered by a straight. 10-8-4 flop here. Pair of 4s for AJ. Backdoor to diamonds for RC.
Yeah, AJ is not deterred from that last hand, keeping his foot on the pedal.
Here's a quick look at the VPIPs. Scotty, 50% VPIP. Brett, 24% VPIP. Everyone else hovering around 30 or 40%, as you see there.
Big line, there was.
Zach opened it to 20 with ace-9 suited. Saw an avalanche of callers so far. Now, can't imagine Wiz is going to fold out of the big blind, so. So, yeah, 5 ways to the flop. A flop of 7-7 deuce. Everybody checked around. Zach did have the nut flush draw. Turn 8 of spades. You see Triple C decide to lead out on the turn, try to take advantage of everybody checking the flop. Zach called with the nut flush draw. And river comes 7 of clubs, and Triple C puts out a bet. And Zach's going to lay down ace high, so Triple C gets to steal that one.
I've been trying to set up these two. It's strong, but it's strong. Too many tables.
Ain't nothing less than a 10 high straight flush in one today.
I just see it there.
Huh. Interesting. Apparently my button that I pressed to mute the mic is not working right now.
So it was the button.
Yeah. Okay, now it's working now. That was weird. I definitely pressed the button. I had food delivered for my dinner and stuff like that, so that's probably what you guys heard me talking to the waitress. So, sorry about that. I did hit the button, though. It just, for whatever reason, did not mute me. Good thing I didn't say anything bad. Hey, listen, we've had a few people accidentally drop an F-bomb on the live stream. It happens.
Pick me. Apologize. Sorry, it's his fault. If he doesn't call,
Ooh, we got a little bit of action on this hand.
Wiz puts in the call and an apology.
Yeah, an apology. Wow, set of nines for RC.
And top pair, top kicker for Zach. Zach was the pre-flop raiser. It's going to be pretty hard for this not to get all in. Board continues to stay dry.
How many times have we seen this tray hit the turn? So now nine's full for RC, but I feel like we've seen a tray hit the turn a lot tonight on the stream.
And with the board pairing there too, it really lets RC just put in a call here. Doesn't have to worry about anything on the river getting in, not fading a flush draw or straight draw or anything like that. So you can really make it look like you have a king-jack type hand, something that you're maybe a little bit worried about. Which now I don't see how Zach doesn't shove.
Yep, and there it is. And, yep, RC's going to show him the bad news. What a big double up from RC. Yuck. Nine's full.
Nasty run out for Zach.
Very. And Will just gets back to the table and sees what happened. That's a gross
one. That's not fair.
No. Especially with how many times Will has had pocket nines tonight, too. He looks in there and sees pocket nines taking down a massive pot. Big scoop for him, for RC. Whew. Hey, Shane, thanks for stopping by the YouTube chat, man. Hopefully you're doing well. Yeah, D-Money gifting out some channel memberships, and you got one of those memberships, man.
Yeah, I know you got to stand up, man. You're supposed to throw back. You know, crush that joint.
Careful with your hand, because you're blind. Let's see it. Now we're good. Hold 6, 7, 8.
It's like Scotty limped in, and then Triple C opened it up to 25.
Yeah.
Triple C opened it originally with ace 9 offsuit. Wiz happy to call from the button with 4 deuce suited. Zach and Scotty came along for the $25 price. And flops ace jack tray, 2 hearts. Checks around a Triple C, continuation bets, puts out 60 into 100. Zach with the same hand is going to put in the call. So Zach and Triple C heads up to a turn, both holding ace 9. Turn deuce of hearts does bring in the front door flush draw. Zach jams on that turn. Not the most fun spot for Triple C. Front door flush comes in and you're holding ace 9, not always the best kicker. But given how short Zach is, looks like Triple C is going to call. These guys will end up chopping it up.
Hey, give me my ace.
So Zach, Triple C, chopping up a pot here. Picking up right around a quarter each.
What's the max base? 1500?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to have a $15 open from Under the Gun +1. So after Brett opens it up, we are going to see a Wiz call. It's like Brett's got pocket 7s. Wiz call with the trays. RC came along with deuces from the small, and now AJ is going to put in a 3-bet with King Jack suited from the big blind.
Brett's going to let go of his 7s.
Yeah, another good spot, another good squeeze spot for AJ. Seen him take advantage of a few of these so far. It is going to work again.
Yeah, AJ's scoops that he's had for tonight has all been basically picking his spots on when he wants a 3-bet. And when he's 3-betted, it's gone through the rest of the way. He's just collecting the dead money. Now you're in Dallas for training, Shane. What are you going to be? What's training regimen?
Zach with ace king again. Did him real dirty last time. Let's see how he fares on this one. Open up to 30. Got 2 callers. He does have the best hand for now. He probably knows it a little bit more on that turn. Turns top pair. Both players check it over to him. He bets the Wiz does call. He's got a gut shot straight draw plus flush draw. Pretty crappy flush draw, but
Yeah,
it ends up taking this pot down.
I was about to say, it's like this. The river is just absolutely torching players right now, and it torched Zach there.
Yeah, second time we've seen Zach get ran down with ace king, and not his favorite hand at the moment, that's for sure.
$50 more if you want to keep it.
Oh, yeah.
Man, you got about lap dances for everybody.
Damn, okay. This price of poker has gone up.
You missed it, bro. You gotta get here early.
Gotcha. Well, good luck, man. Hopefully it works out. I'll see JP's at the table now. Starting to become a live stream regular. Yeah, didn't Zach as well? Wasn't he the one that had the aces and then Kyle ran out the diamonds?
I think so.
I think that was against Zach, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So premium hands have not been good for him at all tonight.
Forgot all about that aces getting cracked. So
What's your shirt say? It looks interesting.
pretty rough run of events for him this evening.
What is that all about?
That is who I am. I'm the
That's
Wiz.
your nickname?
Nah, that's the Wiz. That's the brand name.
Oh, that's a brand. Okay, that's legit. That's your clothing brand?
Yeah, so it's I go by L Kobe the Wiz.
Okay.
So this is the uniform.
Right. Okay. Enthusiasm at max. Okay. That's legit.
Thank you.
So speaking of Zach with premiums, he's got pocket queens on this hand. Gets around the whiz, puts in the call 7-6. Flop is Jack 9-6, so pair for the whiz, and Zach continuation bets when it gets checked over to him. Wiz puts in the call of his pair. And Zach finally gets to take down a pot with a premium hand. Didn't get run down that time. Gets to scoop a pot with pocket queens, even when an ace came on the turn. Never a fun sight to see. We have a $10 straddle on this hand. Zach limps in with a pair of fours. And when it gets around to Brett on the button, he opens it up to 60 with ace-jack. Only coming over the top of one limper. Gotti looks down at queen tray suited, decides to put in the call. Zach's going to let his pocket fours go. Fortunate for him, he's off of a shallow stack. Would have to play this hand out of position. On a king 9-6 flop. Scotty checks it. Brett checks it back. Turn goes check check after a board pairing king comes. River Trey is going to give Scotty the best hand.
That pesky Trey.
And he does get a little bit of value, betting 35. Brett side calls with the ace high. Scotty gets to take it down.
It looks like we got Zach back in the game. Just looks like he topped back off. I'm gonna try to get back in.
Give another chip on a real surprise. Not as good as the last one, but thank you. All right, so everybody's in this one.
Looks like Zach's going to open it to 15.
Brace 50, 57. 55.
Zach did come back with some more chips, so now he's not as handicapped as he was in the last hand. JP originally 3-bet here, made it 55 to go, and then Zach called. Great flop for Zach's hand. 10-6 tray with 2 clubs. Turn does come 5 of clubs after they went check on the flop. That's going to bet, and JP holding the pair of 9s on a 10 high board is going to call. River deuce of diamonds does bring in a 4 to a straight in case anybody's holding a 4 somehow. Zach bets 125, right around half pot. And JP is going to call. It's a pretty polarizing bet by Zach. He's either saying I have a flush or nothing. So, pocket 9s are worth looking it up for JP. They did go check on the flop.
No, you're good now.
So, from JP's perspective, after you go check on that flop, it's pocket 9s are probably right around top of range. The way the hand played out. So, pretty good hand to use as a bluff catcher. Here we see AJ opening up with King 8 suited. JP is going to put in the call pocket 4s.
Boy, the steel wheel's holding on. He's probably over there going.
So far,
See a couple of callers here. Zach called with 7s, Wiz with Jack 9. Flop checked around. Now turn came King of Diamonds. Pretty wet board at this point. JP did put out the bet when it checked to him. Interesting to see what JP elects to do on this river. Really wet board and all the draws missed. Don't expect AJ to check a king on that turn. I think too much either, so. AJ had some sort of straight draw or flush draw or combo draw. They all bricked out. Pretty interesting for AJ too. You're not really beating too many hands that would have connected with this board on that turn. Nobody should have a worse king, and a lot of straights and flushes, 2-pair type hands came in.
Thank you.
So AJ is going to let it go.
Yeah, good bet, good bluff by JP.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a pretty fun dynamic having AJ and JP sitting right next to each other.
Yeah, JP, we've seen a few times on the live stream, especially the bigger games. He is someone that does like to mix it up a bit.
And on that hand, we saw JP kind of take advantage of a lot of weakness. Everybody was kind of showing that they were weak. And that's kind of how AJ's been navigating as well, so they might start clashing a little. On 4 ways for $30 in this hand. Pretty crazy flop considering what everybody's holding. 5-4 tray gives everyone some sort of straight draw. 2 players with a pair to go along with their straight draws.
Scotty elects to bump it up to 175.
Yeah, Scotty flop middle pair and open-ended. JP top pair and open-ended.
What am I doing? Oh, well, sorry. I can't count.
But that raise actually pushed out some of the other straight draws.
King on the turn.
Which I believe it was Zach had king deuce. Has to fold to the raise.
I know, I'm just looking. You're in the hand, you're betting. my turn. Look at me.
JP with a pretty hefty sized bet. And he actually gets looked up by a worse hand. It did look pretty bluffy.
Wow.
I didn't put him on nothing, which he doesn't have much, and I had a 4, so I figured he didn't have nothing. How much? 350.
What just happened?
JP went with a pretty large size. I think he was almost trying to represent a king to bluff Scotty off of a hand like pocket sevens.
Right.
And instead he got called by worse because Scotty read it for a bluff.
I'm just wondering how we went from a $30 pot to JP taking down.
It was $30 pre-flop.
Yeah.
And then JP c-bet the flop and Scotty raised. So it got bloated up pretty quick.
It did, yeah.
I think Scotty's raise was to 175 on that flop, if I remember right. So
Right, yeah, it was.
350 there, plus the 30s in pre. So pot was right around 450 going to the river. That's why JP went with a 350 size, trying to rep the king.
Yeah, that just kind of escalated quickly.
Yeah, I really think JP thought he was not best. I was trying to push Scotty off of a hand, and Scotty picked up on the he thinks he's bluffing side of it. Just he was bluffing with a better hand.
Right, so JP, sevens are in the lead. He is open-ended.
I was already representing right from the
Wiz with the gut shot.
did have it better.
Should a 7 come out, he's got the nut straight.
Set the board pairs.
Now 7 came out, it'd be disastrous for the Wiz.
So that's a queen of hearts.
It's like, is the Wiz thinking about bluffing? It's been fun to see.
That would have been, but now he doesn't like to fold.
So JP making himself known to the table quick and early. Couple of pots. I think that's 3 of the last 4 hands he's taken down. Gotti electing to go with a 3-bet with King 10. Triple C calls with the 7s. Wiz is going to come along with Ace 10. Puts Brett in a pretty interesting spot. He could put in the 4-bet. Try to squeeze everybody out behind him.
It looks like that might be what he's doing. Yep, exactly what he does.
I think it'd be more tempting to only call if you were heads up, but with that many callers, I want to take it down now, get everybody out of there with their mix of hands. But Scotty instead is really thinking about it. He does in fact call with King 10. 350.
These pots are definitely ballooning up now all of a sudden. Ace Queen versus King 10.
Flop does come King Queen 5. So it went C-bet, snap all in.
6 on the turn.
Got there.
Wow,
6 on the riv.
Scotty's King's gonna hold.
So yeah, like you were saying, suddenly we're seeing a lot of bloated pots. I think, early on everybody was a little bit on the more passive side. We saw the aggression winning. Like we're talking about AJ making some squeezes, a lot of pre-flop aggression. now it's almost like everybody's trying to stand up to the aggression and
Yeah, it's kind of
causes a
interesting.
bounce back in this direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting that everything's kind of opening up a bit now with that.
Oh man, the drink is free. Bing bong. All right.
JP's like, you know what? I just got to this game. I've already profited pretty good, and now I get my drink. All in all, a good night. We'll be back at it tomorrow night, guys, as well. 2-2 no limit hold'em deep stack cash action we'll have for you. And then on Saturday, we'll be back for some 2-5 deep stack action. I believe, Mike, you'll be back with me on Saturday, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, you got me back Saturday night as well.
Yep. Now, JP is going to go ahead and 3-bet it to 130 here with ace-9 suited.
Yeah, after an early opener and a lot of callers. So they're real similar to what we saw with AJ earlier. JP is going to take advantage of squeezing everybody out in these kind of spots. But now it's a fun game of AJ knows that's what JP is doing a little bit.
Straight 10.
JP does put in a pretty hefty C-bet.
Yeah, almost
AJ's going to let it go. Yeah.
All right, guys, 2 hours in. Let's go ahead and show the stats. After 2 hours, you got 3 more to go. And that's the way things look. Scotty up, RC up, JP up, Wiz up. And then everyone else, Brett, Triple C, Zach, and AJ right now are on the wrong side of it. But there's still plenty of poker to be played. They can definitely work themselves out of those holes. And a look at the V-pips as we are entering our 3rd hour here on the live stream. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. We're just a few subscribers away now, by the way, to 9,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel. Definitely appreciate all the support you guys have given us over the years. Getting closer and closer to hitting 10,000, but 9,000 subscribers, pretty good number. Definitely appreciate all the support you guys have given us. Scotty going to bump it up to 30 in the big blind with King Jack offsuit. RC calls. Pair of 8s for RC.
Gotti, as the pre-flop raiser, decides to rep the ace. RC doesn't believe him.
Check. 65.
Scotty does
And
bet 65.
Yeah, after the turn went check, there's no way RC's folding an 8.
No. RC does have an 8. He's going to take it down.
Can't imagine if Scotty actually had an ace, he would check back that turn. So, when the board pairs an ace, it really reduces how often Scotty has an ace now and never let an 8 go. So, pretty easy call for RC. Did see an under the gun straddle this hand. It's going to be $10 to go. Not anymore, as AJ raises it up to 50. We did see RC limp in with ace-jack suited.
Alright, I changed my mind.
Got a 5-5 game going up there?
So after a couple of calls, we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Flop does come 7-5-4, 2 hearts. After a lot of checks around, goes king of hearts turn, so still nobody with a pair.
Yeah, AJ does have a backdoor to hearts. Or it does have the heart draw now.
Yeah, he's more likely to rep the king here, too. He pre-flop
Yeah.
raised, and everybody checks it over to him.
Mm-hmm.
So he does bet and take it down.
That was close.
Chase, if you want a piece of mine or whatever, you can do
Y'all do a round of straddle?
Straddle round? Spice this game up,
Straddle every time.
gentlemen.
Sounds like they want to spice it up. Maybe a round of straddling under the gun.
8. Raise. Oh, yeah. All right.
Under the gun raise instead of an under the gun straddle on this one.
Yeah.
Zach makes it 15 to go with ace deuce of diamonds.
On me?
Gotti
like,
looking
sure.
down at ace king.
Zach says, sure, I'll do one better. I'll just raise it to 15.
Yeah,
75.
And then
Gotti was
Scotty.
been hyperactive in the last hour or so. Wakes up with a monster.
I think Scotty has had the highest VPIP during the game so far. So, I mean, it checks out. He 3-bets on the button here with ace-king. And that's going to be enough
Yeah.
to take it down.
He definitely would have gotten some action from some stronger hands. We just saw him, which he did show down to the table, that hand with king 10, where he 3-bet and then called a 4-bet with king 10 offsuit. So
That-
the whole
that was
table,
against-
that's got to be fresh in everybody's mind.
That was also against the ace. That was the ace-queen hand where king-queen was on the flop.
Yeah. So, you know, you see a guy do that, and 10 minutes later he puts in a 3-bet. You're probably going to look him up a little bit lighter than normal. Here we go with AJ opening up to 40. Scotty puts in the call with king jack. And it looked like there was a straddle on this hand. Maybe they are going to do a round of straddles moving forward.
Ace-4 queen flop. So Scotty has a draw to Broadway.
AJ has the lead. He was the pre-flop aggressor, and board came ace high.
Ace pairing the board. Does go check, check.
Ah, total shot.
And AJ puts out a nice bet and gets Scotty to lay down the better hand.
They did. Yeah, guys, just a reminder, don't forget Card Player Poker Tour right around the corner. Started on August 10th. Will run through August 21st. We'll kick things off with event number 1, 6 flights, $400 no limit hold'em tournament. All capped off by our $1,700 mystery bounty main event. Bounties are going to range anywhere from $500 to $50K. We will live stream a feature table and a final table as well for that mystery bounty event. I think we're also going to live stream a ladies tournament that's going to be taking place as well during the Card Player Poker Tour. It's going to be a fun time. Again, August 10th through the 21st. Check the website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details with everything Card Player Poker Tour related.
These satellites start up as early as next week. So it's right around the corner.
Yeah, it starts on Tuesday for satellites.
Yeah.
Undo. 2C. Fold 6. That seat's gone.
He said call.
I said call, but I'll call you tomorrow.
Pretty sure he said call.
Yeah, tomorrow. I'll call.
Wiz gets to take it down.
Actually, I said all in. Can you hear
I
it?
called. Tell him I called. Tell that man I called.
It might be a much better strategy than lying about your hand, acting like you really want the guy to call.
Out of 169 starts,
He's making a joke in reference to. No, he said call. Typically something you'd say after you have a big hand and somebody folded, so. Almost more believable than saying I had a monster.
Call 9.
So Brett doing his normal thing. Suited hand, king 8, raise it to 30. Scotty's going to call. Pocket 10s for Triple C. He's going to call as well. Wiz is going to be in there with Jack 8 offsuit. Okay, this pot is
150 in the 3. Fold 4. Fold 6, 7.
He meant 30. He colorblind.
Yeah, those are 310.
oh wow, and Zach has queens. Oh yeah, this pot's going to blow up pretty big.
Especially if Scotty decides to call here. But he does get out of the way.
Yowzers.
Yep, there it is, like you thought. Triple C with a large raise.
Mm-hmm.
I check. Something. I'm a check. Holy.
And there is the all-in from Zach. And looks like Triple C did call.
He might will be.
Oh, I guess Zach is all in for less, actually.
If Will could take the cards home and call you later, he would.
3 pair for both of them.
Wow.
Wow, that's what a weird run out. 7's full of queens, and 7's full of 10s, and Zach's going to get a pretty big double up here.
Much needed for him, that's for sure.
Yeah. What a weird run out, though.
So Strawman in the chat says he plans on playing tomorrow or Saturday. Well, if it's Saturday, I'll see you on air, Strawman. If it's tomorrow, best of luck anyway. Looks like everything's all counted up, and now Zach suddenly back to a pretty formidable stack. Probably not all the way unstuck, but that takes a huge dent.
I'm good. I know that was strange. It was a sneeze. I feel like it was strange.
Alien coming out of it. I'm good. I'm good. It's just an alien.
Have you seen grown-ups or whatever?
Oh, no.
I've never seen it. On the second
Oh, my bad, Strawman. I thought you were talking about the stream, but either way, still best of luck to you.
You're welcome. Everyone else okay with injury?
Looks like the round of straddles is going to continue on. See an under the gun straddle up again.
Yeah, no one likes that.
Right, yeah.
You got the wet stuff where the dry stuff's supposed to be.
Right.
I was pretty amazed whenever it was. I found out it actually went down the wrong pipe.
That's actually a thing.
Yeah, that's literally what happened. Old 9, 1 seat left us. The 2-seat race of 30.
It's amazing that your body's like, it knows.
Triple C just ghosted the game. Didn't even see him get up.
I read something.
Oh, dang, yeah, he did bounce out. I didn't realize it.
To say they're like, no, he's gone.
Yeah, just look up and yeah, he's gone. Wow, queens again. RC this time with the pocket queens.
And Wiz did flop top pair.
That's a
Neither
shame.
player has the club.
Yeah, I was going to say, unfortunately for Wiz, it's the wrong shape for what he could have been looking for.
Yeah, kind of make it to where 55 and 2.
Well, we'll definitely see Wiz continue trying to get some value with his hand. Probably thinks he's good right now. He keeps running out clean.
The video is pretty interesting. So like a month or something, just fine. 80 minutes.
He does fire out a bet of what looks like 80.
Yeah, and RC is going to put in the call pretty fast.
Yeah,
Oh, what's he got? He's got 10.
queens.
That's twice with them things.
So nice little pot for RC. It's going to be hard for him to make any more than that out of the Wiz. Pretty scary board. Wiz is probably happy to, get off kind of cheap.
I need you to raise me on the flop so I can go away. You got 2 red. You got 2 red. The club comes.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't sit there with your money.
Yeah, you're probably gonna need some more space. There you go. Is there 3 seats cards in?
Those look so good. You can always just like, I'll take the input.
What's funny is we all did it at the beginning. I think if we would have been here with St. John's Ocean, so we all had to do it for a while.
7. Option. 40.
Brett waking up with pocket kings out of the big blind. There was no straddle on this hand. After he raises it up, everybody folds. So smallest pot we've seen in quite a while, and pretty unfortunate for Brett that he woke up with the kings on it.
Mm-hmm.
He's still reeling a little bit from Scotty mixing it up earlier with the king 10.
Alright, straddle on the 2, 7 seats out. Yeah.
Is one coming back?
No.
Can I take this?
Yeah, seriously. Next
RC finally gets that 1 seat.
Yeah.
You were talking about it earlier. Yeah.
Just trying to get that seat for a while, but yeah, now he finally gets the opportunity.
I call.
What I got over here?
Nothing.
I got some.
Uh-oh.
40.
Third 40? Third 40. That's a cool number. Third 40. I third 40.
40
Is he
He's gonna grab that.
Oh, he is coming back.
No, he's not coming back, but that seat's gonna get taken.
Well, he said I was asking if I could switch, right?
He already asked.
He already. So he's taking that.
Yeah, he was RC already requested before you had a chance to, Brett.
Yeah, you get the first.
Unfortunately for Brett, so funny story. We always draw for the seats, right? And every time Brett drew for his seat, he always drew the 8 seat. Every single time. I joked with him, told him, like, you need to stop drawing that 8 seat, Brett.
I think I called your bet. I think that's how
Yeah,
that
that's
works.
what it looked like.
Does it matter if he draws first or last? Just always the 8?
Yeah, it was always the 8. Like it was the funniest thing. Like the past 3 live streams, he ended up being having a draw for the 8 seat.
That's good.
My son just told me to watch out for you. He's been watching you for the last half hour.
You got the scout report.
He said, that guy in the purple shirt that makes his own clothes, you gotta watch him.
Okay, so maybe that's his clothing brand. He makes his own clothes. That's cool. I always appreciate those that try to be creative.
Yeah, I mean, I like the gas tank full of enthusiasm logo. It's definitely original.
That could be a shirt I could rock as well. I'd be lying, but I mean, I could still wear the shirt.
Out there. How could I call? I mean, I think every hand out there beat me except for Jack.
Spencer says 1 and the 8 seats are the worst. You bang your knee against the boxes and obstructed views. Listen, I've seen my fair share of people smacking their kneecap on either the tip box or the jackpot box or the rake box.
Well, all my screen names online.
35?
Yes.
I would guess it's not a fun feeling as well.
Yeah, I think if you haven't banged your knee into one of those, you haven't played enough poker yet. Everybody does it.
Or you've been avoiding the 1 and 8 seat as long as possible. Okay, so I was aware of this hand. I was brought to my attention. I think this is the hand where we lost some of the action tracking here. I think the reason why the action tracker lost everything here is I think it's because like all the changes that were being made with all the seat changes and stuff like that. And unfortunately with the action tracker, there's like a timing that's involved. So if all the information isn't input by a certain amount of time, the hand gets lost. So we do lose this hand because of all the changeover that was going on.
That sounded really advanced.
Yeah.
I would have just said the guy who's inputting it all banged his knee on the box.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's what we'll say.
Like, I don't know what you. I barely knew half the words you just said. You should bring it down for me.
Yeah.
Clubs, 10 of hearts.
That's well said. It's a good summary. We'll roll with that.
So we're gonna miss one hand, and it'll be right back up. That's no biggie.
Good. 10 of clubs, 10 of hearts.
Should I?
You need to do it again?
Try and scan them in the thing. Good.
All right, well, back to our regular scheduled programming.
How late is this going?
11.
Oh. Good code.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. Something. Get you a hot chocolate. Mm-hmm. That's a little toasty.
All right, they are back to the end of the gun straddle as well.
6, 7.
Folds all the way around to the big blind who completes, and then the straddle checks his option. So, just the whiz and Zach heads up to a flop. And looks like Zach's going to take it down on a king high board. Wiz letting go of jack high correctly and wisely.
Why you got 2 Smurfs? Somebody to talk to. Oh. Right.
You ever see Rick getting taken on that?
I would just be mean and cruel. I like standing there by himself.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
So the straddles continue. Looks like they're trying to liven it up after all the seat changes.
I like how they fold. It's a little bit heavier, the cards. So, yeah, they fold 9.
It's like Similar to last hand, gets around the big blind, who puts in the call. Now Brett looks down at aces in the straddle.
Back in April 2008.
He is going to raise it up.
So, you know, they weren't open Tuesday, so that was the first week they were going to try Tuesday, and I hit.
Okay, yeah.
So when I hit, I threw the jacks down, and one of them skipped off the table. And when
Zach
he
does
hit,
put in the
it
call.
was right in the middle of the
He's
table.
got king 5.
Whoa, 2 tables.
And it was the bad beat, you know, they need pitchers.
Yeah.
Flop comes jack 5-4, so middle pair for Zach.
I said, no, I didn't win. We both won.
He checks it over. Brett continuation bets for 45.
Crazy.
I would've been
Zach is going to put in the call.
Get messed up. I'd have been
No,
scared.
because the one jack, you saw both jacks.
On the camera.
I went
Yeah,
like
yeah.
this, and both of them were
Turn
right
6
there,
of
and one them
spades.
Yeah. Wow.
checked the tail. It was funny.
What do you think about them reducing the jackpot now? It's 160.
Yeah.
Sad.
I guess they're thinking the money ain't there.
Yeah.
But it goes to 100, though.
Oh, it goes to 100?
Caps it
Brett put out a pot-sized bet on that turn.
Oh, is it 30? I thought it
He is going to take it down.
Okay. It's like, it says 30,000 right now. Yeah.
Why would they lower it? In other words, maybe they could.
Ooh, straw man asking if this dealer is related to Mariano. I mean, the hair does have the resemblance. We'll go super deep cut and say his hair used to be blonde. In case anybody caught Mariano in the beginning. Definitely a similar cut.
Don't they get some of it?
What number?
That $2 is not given back out. One is for the bid, one is for the bid beat, the other one's supposed to be for the promotion. To get paid. This is their side. That's our side.
That'd be something. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know what that is. I was just pretty good. Let you know if something.
Action's catching up. Does not look like the straddle is on anymore.
I was the first one to hit it, that's all I know. And the first Tuesday, too, that they ever owned, I was right there.
Scotty's going to make it 60 with ace-queen offsuit.
That's when you could get aces, 4 jacks. Now it's 4 of a kind.
RC puts in the flat call, pocket queens.
Oh, really? You could have it?
Yeah, the guy that I beat, I had 4 jacks and he had aces, 4 jacks.
Okay, okay.
And the pot was $5,100 plus the money we won.
5,100, damn.
Uh, 65.
Flop comes queen high, which is going to be brutal for Scotty. He puts out a c-bet of 65. RC is just going to keep trapping.
Check.
Turn 9 of diamonds brings in the front door flush. Might prevent Scotty from going broke here.
Wow, the case queen on the flop, huh?
Yeah. Now
more
another
diamonds.
diamond river. Yeah, it's just going to slow both players all the way down.
Yeah.
Does go check, check, river. So a very fortunate run out for Scotty. Didn't cost him nearly as much as it could have.
Yeah, and then also, yeah, I mean, you already turned a potential flush, which was going to make it even harder to get any extra value. The fourth diamond just makes it impossible.
It just throws everybody. No action on the river with that kind of run out.
Yeah, because I really thought I was good. I didn't even think he had the flush.
JP puts the straddle on. He's trying to get everybody to do it again. See Scotty limp in with pocket fours. Elects not to open this hand. AJ calls from the big, and JP checks his option from the straddle. Flop does come king high, so top pair for JP, but bottom set for Scotty. Scotty does bet. JP is going to call. Go heads up to 8 of diamonds turn. So this is the third diamond on the board. Did add a gut shot to JP's hand since he's holding the 5. Scotty went with a big bet of 100. JP elects to turn his hand into a bluff. Possibly. Might have the best hand from his perspective, but...
3 on the river, and yep, Scotty's going to show that
his set is good.
But again, it's those pesky diamonds that's been hitting the board lately.
Yeah, Scotty said he was a little afraid of the flush. That's why he checked back the river. It looks like the straddle's going to stay on for a while. Seeing it vast majority of the time now.
60.
Now Scotty opens up to 60. First to act with ace-jack. Gets around to Brett, flicks in the call. Does have pocket 9s, and him and Scotty going heads up to a 9-high flop. So top set for Brett. He does just check it back, trying to give Scotty some room to maybe improve or hang himself.
Man, 9s are just running hot tonight.
And Scotty did improve to a gut shot straight draw on the turn, so. Scotty bets 50. Brett raises it up to 200. Scotty trying to figure out what the best move is here. It looks like he's thinking about putting in a raise.
Yeah. Well, thought about it. Either that or he was just like, I'm going to do some chip inventory.
Yeah. Did see him eye up Brett's stack a little bit before reaching to his own stack, so maybe he's thinking about whether he's getting good odds to hit his straight. After he calls, it's a brick trade on the river.
Unfortunately, does not.
Scotty hasn't checked it yet. Maybe he's still pondering that bluff move now. Probably knows his ace high is no good at this point.
I did. Looks like he did check it, and Brett went all in.
Wow. Big shove by Brett. Going for the max, I guess.
Yep, so
Especially with the way Scotty was posturing, you know, acting like he was thinking about a raise, so.
Yep, so Brett does take it down. There we go. Action tracker was lagging a little bit. Looks like Chase is coming back in, so that means we are halfway done with tonight's live stream. Seat change worked out well for RC. Up 1263. Scotty's up 555. JP's up a little bit. Zach is up a little bit. Wiz up a little bit. Brett, I think Brett's going to be up a bit now. I don't think the stats just took. I don't think the stats quite reflected that hand and everything. There's a look at the VPIPs. We'll show the actual stats one more time here. Yeah, now they're updated here. So there's the VPIPs. We'll show the updated stats for who's up and who's down after this hand.
Ray says odd one for sure. Probably about that whole hand in general.
Yeah.
I think after thinking about it there for a second, I kind of like Brett's river shove. I mean, on the surface, it looks a little weird, but we saw Scotty do a bunch of weird posturing, and it's just that either means he has a real hand or absolute crap. So I think the overbet is just praying that he wasn't full of crap.
I wonder as
maybe
well,
he has something big.
I wonder as well if that was also because he was heads up with Scotty. I wonder if he would have done that with anybody else. I mean, Scotty's been the most aggressive player at the table.
Yeah, we also haven't seen Scotty posture like that.
Yeah.
I feel like too much in the stream, so it's on the off chance that it's because he has a real hand, then I want to go for it all. I mean, if he has nothing, you're never getting paid, so you might as well swing for the fences.
Right. All right, so we're heads up now with Wiz and AJ on the river, and we are going to be chopping this thing up.
Well, somebody decides to go for it.
Bet a 40 from Wiz. Yeah, I feel like AJ's going to call this off, yeah.
Yep. So chop, chop.
I win.
Drop it up.
All right, now let's go ahead and show those updated stats. Yeah, there's the updated stats. Brett's up a bit now. Scotty did lose a little bit. RC, though, is up 1263. Everyone else is up close to 200 or higher. AJ right now still the most stuck at the table. Chris just joined the game, so we don't have like any real stats for him quite yet.
He's stuck one straddle and one big blind.
Yeah, pretty much it. I want to say I seen Chris play a bit of PLO as well, so.
Yeah, I think that's his game of choice most of the time. After a couple of limps, Zach raised it up. Ace Queen. See JP call from the button with pocket fives. Now we got Scotty's in the mix with King 9 suited. RC calls, Wiz calls, so 5 ways to a flop here. It comes down King 4-4. Scotty's the only one with a king. RC does have trip 4s. Based on how he's played so far, I wouldn't be super shocked to see a smooth call, but never mind. He puts in the raise right here and now. And it's going to let Scotty off the hook. RC is going to take it down with his trip 4s. Mostly seeing RC slow play his big hands like that in the past. Were 2 diamonds on the board. Maybe he just wanted to bloat it up, price out some flush draws. Obviously, holding ace 4, you're just praying to get it all in against somebody with a weaker kicker.
Jack 5-9 flop. Pair of 9s for Wiz. We bet 15. RC and Scotty do call.
Check 2.
The 8 on the river is going to give Scotty the straight.
Yep, Scotty does complete his gutter. I think unfortunately the action tracker is kind of lagging a little bit. So, yeah, we are at the river. Nate did come. Scotty does have his straight. Wiz is going to fire out a bet. I guess, was that a bet or was that a
Wiz
call?
calls.
Call,
Scotty
okay.
bet, and
Gotcha.
Wiz calls with the 9.
Gotcha. Okay.
Looks
That
up
makes
Scotty.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, Scotty threw out the bet, and then Wiz did call, like you said.
Yeah, it was a $75 bet from Scotty on that river.
He doesn't have a king.
I was actually over here going, man, I hope he has a set. Or top 2.
No, I don't need that much for you.
You knew if you had a set, you were popping it.
No.
Really? You didn't?
No. 46.
So this hand, we got the $10 under the gun straddle on. I see JP open it up to 35.
35 and 7. 35.
Looks like we're all the way back around the big blind. Wiz puts in the call. Now we see Zach call out of the straddle for the 25 more. It's going to be those 3 guys to a flop.
Okay, so yeah, the action tracker's kind of bugging out here, kind of messed up here a little bit. It's still showing the hands from the previous hand.
I think Wiz likes that revisionist history of the last hand.
This one's a little better for him.
It shows that he won and way better outcome than losing.
Yeah.
He does get to win this pot. It's like he took it down on the turn after everybody checked around on the flop, so.
I think we'll be back on track after this, since it did finally close out that hand. I think we're going to be back on track here. All right, here we go. Yeah. Apologies about that, guys, but we got to back up and run now. Unfortunately, sometimes technology can be a blow-up. When it works, it works. When it doesn't, eugh. It's never fun. All right, 4 players, ace, 5, 9 flop. AJ does have a pair of 9s. And the diamond draw to go with it. It's a really strong flop for AJ.
Yeah, and he definitely bets out when it checks over to him. Zach, not a believer. He's going to put in the call with 8s.
Check 3. Check 6. Check.
And after check, check, turn, we do see check, check, river.
Thank you, AJ.
AJ gets to take it down with his 9. JP looks down at pocket 10s, first to act. Makes it 35 to go over the straddle. Just going to see Scotty put in the call, 6-4 suited.
Yeah, it's like one I saw in the picture.
Brett's going to call the Jack 10 suited. And AJ is going to come along, closing the action from the straddle of Queen 10. So the 10s are dead. And we're going 4 ways to a flop.
If we see a 10 come up, there might be a problem.
Yeah, your graphics are really messed up if a 10 comes.
Yeah. That is another face card on the turn. That's a king. And an 8 on the
king kind of froze everybody after AJ elected check the Queen 10 on the Queen high flop. Does hold. Kind of hard for everybody to catch up to him since a lot of people's outs were long gone.
Yeah, they all had each other's outs basically.
He's in this one, right? 1 6 back.
Yes, make me cry. Quiet tears, though. Say quiet tears? Quiet tears. You know, the ones like in the movie.
Quiet tears.
Oh, right. Okay.
That's funny.
You know what I'm
When they
saying?
lose their dog.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
John Wick. Shout out to John Wick.
You don't want to go loud. You know what
All right, Chris has got a raisable hand. Opens it up with ace-10. 35 to go over the straddle.
Yeah, he hasn't really had an opportunity to get active, but here he is now. But again, nines are out there. Pocket nines, that has been the hand that we've seen the most tonight.
Yeah, RC previously took down a huge pot with pocket nines when he flopped a set against a top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, set became a, ooh, and
Why not?
jacks for JP.
It's a pretty dreamy spot for him to squeeze. We've seen him and AJ both squeeze a little light in spots like this. I don't think it should trip Chris up too much because he's new to the table, but both RC and AJ have seen JP 3-bet in these types of spots more than once. They might think he's doing it lighter than he is.
Yep, RC's already made the call. AJ here in the big blind. King, queen suited, such a pretty hand.
Yeah, especially being able to go 3 ways. He's getting a really good price.
He is going to let it go.
Yeah, pretty easy to be dominated. You know, especially RC's been on the tighter side.
He would have
Fortunately, yeah. So unfortunately for AJ, he did fold since flop came queen high. But we've seen RC call pocket queens pre-flop more than once tonight. So for that large of a size pre-flop, RC usually has a pretty big hand.
Sure.
I think he's more worried about that than he was JP.
JP does bet 180 here.
And with only one overcard, I mean, you might call one street with the nines, hoping your opponent has an ace-king. But RC does let it go. JP gets to show the jacks to the table.
It's a good play, though, by JP.
Yeah, seriously. There's queen everywhere.
Everywhere. Like
The pre-flop raise or the showing of pocket jacks?
I won with it too, like 4 times. He won with it. He won a good hand.
It's funny, when I was first starting to learn this,
Nobody contested.
one of the things that everyone talked about was how much they hated pocket jacks because nobody knew how to play pocket jacks.
I'll just do what JP did.
Yeah, there you go. That's kind of where I was going with. I think textbook by JP.
There's all sorts of ways to win. You know.
Ooh, ace jack for Chris under the gun. He did straddle.
After a couple of limps, he's going to raise it up for sure. Does make it 60 to go.
He is going to make the call with jack 9. Jack 9 suited, king 5-8 flop.
Yep,
Flush
2 spades
draw.
on the flop.
Flush draw for Zach.
Yep. Chris does put in a C-bet. That's 90 here. Zach's
Call
going to
from
call
Zach.
with his flush draw.
9 on the turn, so now he has a pair of 9s with his flush draw.
Action goes check, check. 5 of clubs on the river. Does pair the board, but bricks out the flush draw.
Chris does elect to check it. And Zach, I think, just does check it back, just comfortable enough to just go ahead and go to showdown.
Definitely happy to take your showdown value there if you're Zach.
Yeah. That guy, what's up, man? 2-5 this weekend. if you want, I can throw you on the list. Let me see where you would be at, because you would be an alternate. You'd be 12th on the list if you want me to put you on for Saturday. Team Money says, my favorite sneaky jacks. Keys to play them like kings unless you suspect someone has aces or kings. That's how I play them, but what I know, I'm a 25-cent, 50-cent player. Hey, listen, you just dropped 20 channel memberships. I doubt you play 25-cent, 50-cent. Appreciate you on the list, though. Yeah, Thomas, if you want, let me know. I'll throw you on the list. You'll be 12th on the list for Saturday if you want on it.
We got 3 players in for 60 apiece. None of them have pocket jacks on this hand. Got a ace-8 4-flop. AJ flops the pair of aces. He was the pre-flop aggressor, so both RC and Wiz check it over to him. He puts in the bet and takes it down without any problems.
One big blind to say?
It looked like you were going to. That's why I showed it to you. I felt like they
So JP and AJ just started talking about that pocket jacks hand. AJ said he was thinking about putting in the 4-bet pre-flop.
But if you had, no, that would.
JP says it felt that was true. That's why I showed him at the end of the hand.
Sure. I mean, Thomas, if you want, I can still put you on the list in case. That way, in case there's some other names that get added on, it won't knock you down. So I mean, there's no harm in putting you on the list, and if you show up, great. If not, no worries.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll still have potential to to be able to backfill. So it's no harm in for me putting you on the list just to be safe. As there are 3 players here to the flop, 7, 4, 8, pair of 7s for Wiz, gutter for JP.
55 from.
Yeah, they did check it over to JP, who put out a bet. Wiz calls and turns another club.
120 from the TC.
I said a pair of
Rivers,
7s.
Yeah, River's not a club, but Wiz fires anyway. His 7s are good, so. JP does fold.
See, I knew I could talk you into it, Thomas.
Duo says, hopefully you guys are having a nice 60-degree temperature there right now. Boy, do I wish.
Add about 30 to 40 degrees to that when you add in humidity. Whew. It is. It's been some scorchers down here.
It was definitely over 100 today,
Yeah.
at least at road level. Whew.
So Scotty has queen 10's going to call the raise the 40 from AJ. RC has pocket 9's again. How many times is this man going to get pocket 9's?
So many. So many times.
It's almost been like every other hand almost he's had pocket 9's.
I don't know. He had pocket queens that one time.
That one time. Pocket queens would have worked out for him here.
Yeah.
So instead it's Scotty with the pair of queens.
He is going to bet it. And looks like it's going to take it down pretty quick. Duo just invited us up to Wisconsin. Appreciate it, Duo. We'll be there soon.
Oh yeah, Thomas, I bet, dude. I mean, I know you're out there working in this weather. Yeesh. Yeah, good lord. No thanks. Been there, done that.
Yeah, I grew up working outside, and I think my parents wanted it so that I would study hard and go to school. Instead, I went inside. I learned I wanted to work in air conditioning.
Yeah, I learned that as well. I definitely took the slogan, work smarter, not harder. I definitely took that to heart. Deuce 5, king flop. Zach open-ended.
Well, it was a 4-way limped pot. It was a $10 straddle on this hand. So, nobody was the pre-flop raiser.
Jack on the turn. That gives Wiz the pair of jacks. And I think he bet out. Yeah, bet 25. Zach called
Wiz
with his
bet, Zach
open-ender.
called. Zach's going to show worst hand possible.
Could have been good.
Stay hydrated, indeed.
The guy who had this time tried to sell it like 50 minutes.
Another pocket pair. This time pocket fours for RC. Wiz is going to go ahead and raise it to 25. All right, so we are heads up. 7-5 tray on the flop. All right, Thomas, be easy, man. Hope to see you this weekend if you can make it down. Hopefully things are going well for you. RC does make the call. Deuce on the turn. Now RC has himself a straight draw. Diamonds are out there. They do complete the board.
RC went from gut shot to open-ended on that turn. But he's going to let it go to Wiz's aggression. I think if he was holding the 4 of diamonds, he doesn't fold, but wrong red 4 in his hand.
Alright, so you're 6 seats back, 9 seats still gone, 8 seats. Seriously? Probably. You get the small blind deck? Okay, about 6 years. Did you hear me about all the seats?
Where we at?
16, 9 is still out, 8 seats should be deleted.
Yeah, that's how wise we're doing.
And then 6 is still out, it's not deleted. One focus. Okay, yeah. 30 from C2.
Good butt raises, but good butt hands.
And as just looking around, I see Chris is now gone too. I guess he backed up and left.
Yeah, I think he headed over to the PLO game.
Yeah. I mean, that's more of the game he plays anyway, so it's understandable. Probably just wanted to play something to kill some time until his name got called for PLO.
JP throws the straddle back on. Did see RC limp in. Pocket 4s, always a pair with this guy.
Raise 50.
Zach's going to make it 50 from the button with Jack 7 suited. Presumably trying to isolate the limper. That's just what he does. There'll be heads up to a flop. Queen 10-6, 2 hearts on the flop. RC checks it over, and Zach's assembling a continuation bet.
He does bet 40.
And RC pretty quickly folds.
I almost want to
Zach
say,
gets to take it down.
I almost want to play the game, take a shot how many times RC gets a pocket pair. Pocket 4s, pocket 9s, pocket queens. Unfortunately, only the 9s and queens have really worked out for him. I'm sorry to hear that, duo. I was told one time, if you start hearing weird sounds on your car, just turn your radio up. You won't hear them anymore. It's not the best advice in the world. I would advise against doing that.
Fast forward a couple of weeks, and Ryan's going to have car problems.
Oh, believe me, I've already had car problems.
Out of nowhere.
Listen, I've had plenty of car problems. It's almost time for me to get a new vehicle. Pair of jacks and a 6 on this flop.
Go ahead. Check 7. I checked the 2.
25.
I guess the deuces are technically in the lead. Well, Brett has the most equity right now.
Have you played on the stream this year? You have to fill out a waiver real quick right over there with 7. Okay. Call 2. Heads up.
Yeah, we are heads up. At the
Deuces
turn
did
here.
call the flop bet.
Wow, 10 gets there on the river. Brett's going to get the check mark.
It looks like Wiz threw out a $50 bet. Went for the steal since he obviously couldn't win with deuces.
All right, guys, looks like we're 3 hours into the live stream. Let's go ahead and show stats now. There's the way things look. RC still up a little over 1,000. Everyone else except AJ. And even then, AJ's not too stuck. He can still definitely work himself out of it. But everyone else is up. It's kind of interesting. It's been a while since I've seen a stat line like that after 3 hours. And then look at the VPIPs. Looks like we are getting a new player. It's JJ that's going to be joining the table here momentarily. But yeah, everyone else 24% above as far as VPIP goes.
JJ hasn't played a hand yet, but he's got 17%. That bodes well for him.
I think they're. I think once they get his information fully put in, that's when that stuff gets overwritten.
Yeah, I would assume that was Kristen's VPIP since he took his seat.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
What a deal you in the big.
Again, guys, $2,000 high hands every hour today, going until midnight here at Best Bet Jacksonville. $2,000 high hands. And then tomorrow, $2,100 high hands every hour. It's going to be at all 3 locations, Jacksonville, Orange Park, and St. Augustine. Shared promotion between all 3 rooms. So that means if you get the highest high hand during that time for that 1 hour segment, it doesn't matter where you're at. You could be at Jack's, OP, or St. Aug. You'll get yourself that high hand. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Back up here. RC's got aces. That's a better pocket pair. Unfortunately, no action. 3 bets it, and AJ quickly folds.
Yeah, RC limped in initially, I believe, from under the gun, and then put in the limp raise. And
the limp raise.
That might work for some stuff, but I don't know. We haven't seen RC get out of line once yet, so just go ahead and believe him. Say this is JJ's first live stream?
Yes, yep.
Ah. known JJ quite a while, so
Okay.
surprised he
I
hasn't
guess
put
he's
on the
a
live
regular
stream
at
sooner.
OP.
Yeah, he used to be super 2-5 regular over here. So I'm a little surprised he hasn't played on a live stream yet.
9-4 deuce flop. Rainbow board. Wiz
Wiz
the
with
only
the
one
best
that connected
hands.
with the pair of nines. Seven on a turn. Sounds like Wiz bet 50. And that's going to get everyone else to fold. So I guess this is what JJ typically plays. Plays 2-5.
At least in my experience. I mean, I honestly haven't seen him in a little bit ever since I came off that more night shift.
Sure.
I think he's more of a nighttime guy, so I haven't seen him as much recently, being here more during the day, but I was on that night shift for quite a while. Saw him plenty over the years.
Yeah, that's the reader.
But usually a 2-5 player.
Okay.
Pretty solid, pretty nice guy.
Pocket jacks for Brett. Raise it up to 15.
So we did see RC call. He's got ace-9 suited.
Wiz is going to go in there with the Robbie, jack 4 offsuit. Four, queen, deuce.
So pair of fours for Wiz. He's going to lead with them.
He does bet 20. Brett calls. RC is out of there. Does fold. So we are heads up. And RC would have hit his ace.
Yeah, Wiz slows down and checks it over to Brett.
Yeah.
35.
Wow, Wiz fired out the bet and Brett elected to fold.
Yeah, tough to withstand the ace coming out.
Yep.
So am I not afraid to continue betting?
Ace came out there. Clubs were out there. Kimberly, the promotion for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday is shared between all three rooms.
Something happened over at that Target, man. The cop said all four sides were cut off. All four. About 2 hours ago when I left to eat, they were everywhere, dude. There must have been 20.
Bowling dude, I can speak on our room. I can't speak for the other rooms, but fried rice bowls are really good. Chicken yakitori is really good here at our Jack's location. St. Augustine has some pretty good food specials they do every once in a while.
I remember the Nashville hot down there was pretty good.
Yes.
But really, I would say all the rooms, I mean, the food's pretty good.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're kind of a little bit known for the sushi, but I mean, it's not going to be terrible, whatever you like.
Ooh, pocket aces versus ace queen here. I do see a couple face cards. And oh, Wiz did catch a queen on this flop. AJ bets 35, Wiz calls. Jack on the turn. Okay, gets Wiz a few more outs. It's going to go check, check. And it's a tray on the river.
Live off of 301.
And Wiz bets out 75.
AJ snap calls.
Yeah, snap called easily.
That's only the second time. I had them on the second hand or third hand.
Yeah, I will say, bowling dude, if you're not a seafood guy, because shrimp fried rice is pretty popular, you can always go with like blackened chicken fried rice.
Yeah, chicken fried rice is really good.
That one's a pretty good staple, I would say.
Yeah, that's why I also threw out the chicken yakitori. That's also a good one too.
straddle in the 6.
Like, does he have ace king?
Straddle back on, and looks like JP immediately opened under the gun. Made it 40 to go. Does have pocket 8s. Gotti in there at queen 9. He's going to bring the whiz in with the diaper. Straight deuce suited.
Oh, pocket queens again for Zach. 3 bets at the 200.
Yeah. So JP is going to flat.
His pocket
See
8.
let's see if Scotty or Wiz want to stay in there or not. Scotty getting out of there. 200 is too much for him to keep speculating. Wiz as well. So it's just gonna be Zach and JP heads up to this flop. Does come ace high. It's a little bit scary for both players.
Yeah, it does go check,
Let's go check. Another ace is going to make them feel a little bit better about their hands. And for both guys, they have a pair that's bigger than the second highest card on the board now. So there's less ace-X combinations, and it went check on the flop, so both probably feeling decent about it. And Zach did go with a pretty small bet on the turn. Betting just 100 into 500.
Nice.
Looks like he's going to size up.
Yeah, it looks like about half, a little less than half a pot.
Yeah, right around half. We've been really interested to see if he went smaller. I think JP might have tried to go for a pretty big raise.
Well, JP's still going to go for the raise. Puts in 1,000.
Yeah, I think JP picked up on the fact that Zach has a hand like he has with that small turn size. It just puts Zach all the way in the blender. I think Zach tried to go with a sizing that would prevent this sort of situation too.
And he does show, JP does show the 8s.
I was kind of expecting that to happen if Zach went small on the river. You know, like another blocker bet like 200 instead of 3.
Mm-hmm. Strong move by JP.
Yeah, really targeting the type of hand that Zach has.
Nah.
Okay.
Little late.
Okay.
You can call it a straddle.
Okay.
So JJ is going to open up to 30. His turn to have pocket aces. It's a nice little welcome gift to a live stream.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no action for him, though. He just collects dead money.
Nobody had anything.
Yeah, no, absolutely zero. Yeah, guys, appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. This 2-5 no limit hold'em D-stack cash game. About an hour, 40 minutes remaining. We are taking this live stream until about 11 o'clock tonight. Tomorrow night, we'll be back at it with 2-2 deep stack action. And then on Saturday, we will end the weekend with some more 2-5 no limit hold'em deep stack action. That's our live streams for this coming weekend, or this weekend, I should say.
70.
JJ is going to go ahead and fire out 70 with ace queen offsuit.
Yeah, he did put the $10 straddle on under the gun. Majority of the table limped around to him.
He has already got one caller with Wiz. Brett called as well with ace-9 suited. AJ is going to click the call button as well. So we got 4 players to the flop. Like a little over 300 in the middle.
JJ is trying to figure out, I had aces last hand, got no action. Ace queen this hand, all the action.
King deuce 6 flop. Pair of sixes for Wiz.
Yeah, JJ is going to c-bet. He is holding the ace of clubs, so he's got blocker to some of the flush draws. That could be out there. King high board, pretty good for his pre-flop opening range.
4 on the turn. And
JJ rips it.
Yep, go and rip it all in. And Wiz, while getting a massage, is perplexed.
Given Wiz's stack, it's about a pot-sized shove.
Yeah, so he is going to let it go.
$1,300 all-in, but... Good takedown for JJ with ace high.
Yeah, well done. If you're Wiz, you're like, man, you just go ahead and shove on me while I'm getting massaged, while I'm getting worked on here? It's a little unfair.
So where's the case J? He's JJ, you're AJ. Oh. Where's the case J?
This is live, right? We can't edit that bad joke out.
Sadly, not. I'll just blame his haircut. All right, King 8 versus Ace King suited, both suited hands. Let's go ahead and see a flop. Your heads up here with JJ and Wiz. And both of them do catch a king. JJ does have Wiz significantly outkicked.
Yeah, and given the last hand, JJ plays right into what I was about to say was, you know, the last hand it felt a little pushy, and now JJ was able to use that kind of dynamic to just, you know, act like he's pushing him around again.
Tough, tough, tough. Yeah, JJ is going to go ahead and take this one down.
Yeah. Fortunately for Wiz, he was in that spot where it felt like the guy was picking on you a couple times, so you got top pair, you make a stand. I think JJ was aware of that, went for the check raise rather than a continuation bet. Kind of played into that dynamic.
Looks like Wiz is going to buy back in, though. He's going to reload back up and get back into the game.
Can't leave mid-massage.
No, 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 no.
Especially when you have chips right in your pocket.
They might want it on the table too.
Looks like Wiz limped in. Got back around to JP on the button. He makes it 25 to go. So Scotty's going to look down at pocket aces.
So you put one chip in, that's a call. That's a call for 25.
I thought if there's 2 chips in there, it's a raise. $105.
It's gonna be.
So Scotty's going to misclick a call. Wiz does come along as well. So it's going 3 ways to a flop for 25 each.
Misclicked with aces. However, when you flop the set,
it's going to be pretty quick takedown, it looks like, for that big of a bet. I don't think JP is coming along. A little over a 2x pot on that bet. Florida Casino Grinder says, when will August schedule be out? It's actually up on the website
it
right
is
now, I
up.
believe.
Yep, it is already up on the website.
I think it just went up very recently. If you're looking for the tournament card player, I know it has its own section in addition to the tournament section. I know all the satellites and event schedules have been up for a little bit, but the general tournament calendar is up as well.
Actually, the live stream schedule. Actually, the live stream schedule is not up on the website for August yet. I know I got it. I know what the games are, but yeah, it is not showing up on the website for some reason. I'll have to make a note of that because yeah, it should be time to get that up there.
Yes, please. I didn't think about the live stream schedule. I was looking at promotions and tournaments are both up.
Right, correct. Yeah.
Forgot all about that one.
Yeah, it's all good. But I already got the live stream schedule. Like I know what it is, but it's not up on the website yet. Stay tuned though. Stay tuned though. It should be up in the next couple days.
So some of it was predetermined with the card player tour. I know that.
Yeah.
Like the event 1 final table and the mystery bounty is going to have feature table all day.
Yeah, feature table, final table. We also will be live streaming the women's only tournament.
Yeah.
Feature to final. Wow, RC has had every single pocket pair imaginable. Pocket kings, 4 bets at the 300. Wiz right beside him, pocket 5 is already folded.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were saying that was a bet. That's fun, though.
So a really small 3-bet. Still couldn't entice anybody to come along.
No.
That's a good part about the computer. 19?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
What'd you say, Chase? Yeah, yeah. That's pretty rare, though, right? It's not, I don't think that's going to happen right when we need it. What was that?
Wiz 3-bets it to 120 with his pocket 10s. And again, another 3-bet and no action.
That was a little bit on the large side.
Yeah.
Nobody had a hand worth going to battle.
there hasn't been anything even close to that here.
That's all I
None
have.
of us that I know of.
Let's go ahead and start talking about maybe that one.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the other tournament information because, of course, card players coming up soon and everything. It looks like St. Augustine is going to be running some satellites as well. That gets into the Mega Satellite. That's a 3-seat guarantee for the main event for the Card Player Poker Tour.
If I have all the aces,
So for those that play down at St. Aug, if you're looking for an opportunity to maybe try to satellite your way into our main event for the Card Player Poker Tour, which again is a $1,700 mystery bounty main event, there'll be a few chances for you to do that in the beginning of August.
Definitely worth checking out if it you live down that way and it can save you a drive until you satellite in.
Yeah.
No, but it was 8-3.
And you have a few weeks, a couple weeks to chill and just wait for the tournament to start up. Satellite your way in and hang out for a little bit. Then get yourself to a final table, maybe pull a 50K bounty. Sounds like it'll be a good run.
So Wiz flopped a flush here on an all-diamond board, and JP put in a bet when it checked over to him. Does have a gut shot to a straight draw with the 2 overs. And turn is a queen, which gives top pair to JP. Wiz did check it over again.
JP is going to go ahead and fire out a bet. Looks like 110.
Wiz with a check raise.
It.
So it did look like a raise to 250.
Yeah, it was a raise at 250. Stacks were a little off, so it shows him as all in, but he did raise it to 250.
Which is pretty well deduced by him. I think if the river was a brick and he checks, JP would just check back.
JP does make the call.
So, or, an action-killing card could come, like another diamond. Now he's all in.
Yeah, now he's all in for the rest. So it looked like he was actually behind about 450. So he's now all in for the 250 here.
Yeah.
So the graphics, again, the stacks were a little off. So Wiz already has the check mark. He's already won this hand.
I think that makes his turn check raise size even better. Because now, with how small he went on that check raise, it's hard for JP to lay down here.
But he does lay it
really
down.
Good, a really good fold by JP when you seem like you're getting a really good price.
Unfortunately for JP, he was virtually dead post-flop.
Virtual reality. He was definitely drawn all the way dead. He was drawing live to a runner straight flush chop, I guess. Pretty thin. But really good fold there on the river. Really disciplined fold, I should say, by JP there, because getting a good price. Put it together though.
Discipline for most of the night here. It does have a hand here, King Queen suited, does bump it up to 40.
The same hand. King Queen of Spades again. So he got all the way around to AJ, who folds his straddle as well. So JP's 1-1 with King Queen of Spades.
What?
Blind raise. So JJ puts in a blind raise after the $10 straddle.
Two's out. So the action went straddle 7, 35, 5 and the 8 with an option. No option.
So action starts on Scotty. Decides to put in the call. Queen deuce suited. Zach's going to call from the button.
Call because we don't want to leave you alone in the hands. We want to be nice and keep you company.
That was squeezing.
What are you doing?
And everybody else folds. So JJ, no option on his blind raise. Has 8-4 offsuit.
Zach
Flop
does
is-
hit his ace on the flop, though.
Yeah, ace 7-4. JJ puts out a bet. Let's see what Zach elects to do now after Scotty gets out of the way. Zach's just going to call.
Now, club draws out there for JJ.
Yeah, board's getting a little bit scarier for Zach. One pair shrivels up a little bit as the board gets crazier and crazier. JJ could literally have any two cards right now. Zach's going to continue the call.
And the board pairs with a 7 on the river.
See if JJ decides to try and rep a hand that includes a 7, something like that. He does. It was pretty close to pot size. Pretty much saying I have a 7 or a flush. Now Zach's going to think it through. Zach's had a pretty rough night. Don't know how much that's going to weigh into some of the decision making.
I got the nuts.
Good call.
4.
Buddy, at 4-7.
I started looking up the high and I was
Look, I was already looking at the highs when he was betting. I was over there looking at it.
So a good call by Zach.
Guys,
It's easy to get a little bit of that victim mentality when you've been getting beat up all night and say, well, they always have it, so I fold. But he thinks better of it, puts in the call.
I wasn't gonna let it happen again. I'm not him though, bro. Let's go, man.
Hold on, he bluffed me too, so that's good. He got his number now. Bluffed me earlier. I paid $5.
That was my first flop.
That was
I've never
semi.
done that before in my life.
That was semi. You had a 4.
Trying to win the easy.
Straddle is back on. After a bunch of limps, JJ does check his option out of the straddle. That's good news for Scotty because he flops trip 6s. 8-6-6 flop. Turn comes 5 of diamonds.
55 from the AC, great. 200 from the 9. Get out there. One hole.
JJ bets 55 and
My trap worked.
Scotty very quickly raises to 200.
Yeah, trap, you bet. They say you're supposed to leave you all the open bluffs, right? You gotta leave them all, I think.
Scotty shows the trip sixes.
Yeah, guys, appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us for this 2-5 deep stack game we have. 2-5 no limit hold'em. You know, we'll be taking this live stream till 11 o'clock tonight. 11:15 with the delay. Again, we got $2,000 high hands every hour until midnight tonight, guys. Still plenty of time for you to come out. We're about ready to hit the segment, though, where the card player cruise package is going to be on the line.
That's the big one.
Mm-hmm.
It's the 10 to 11 segment, right?
Yep.
That was different.
8 queen jack flop. AJ has a queen.
Now you see it, now you don't.
Wiz has a jack, and they each have a gut shot looking for the other guy's card.
Where's the queen? Where's the queen?
It's left on Avenue of the
Three
Americas.
card Monty in this over here. Check.
5 on the turn. Does complete clubs. Nobody has a club in their hand.
Yes, he is.
AJ's going to go ahead and bet 50.
I would call 25 for sure.
Yeah, but you have a $15 hand.
Absolutely. I had a $40 hand.
Classic Wiz negotiation tactic.
Vote 40.
Can I raise myself?
15, you got to call.
You gotta do what they do online and play the stand-up game. Yeah, it's a pretty cool game.
I've never played it. I would hold 2. Let's start right now because I'm going to win this game.
What is that?
You can't sit down with 6.
I like it.
And then you get the last one thing to
Just
get
us?
everybody's table.
Oh, yeah, I'm
My feet or something. I don't know. Whatever.
That's our first chop of the night.
I was ready to say, I feel like I won something.
You're willing to bet it's the last as well.
Yeah, there you go. In the blind.
Straddle from the juicy stick, all fast in the blind. And 700 out there. Roll it out.
Gambling.
All fast in the blind.
Quit poker and gambling. That's what he's talking about. No more poker, let's gamble.
6, 7, 8, 8.
It's around a JJ, gets to open it up with pocket queens. He is raising Wiz's straddle.
The guy down there.
They were the two that battled earlier.
Give it back.
I appreciate it. I'm going to try to get it back from you.
So Wiz does call a 5 tray, trying to get some of his chips back.
Not going to get it back this way.
Nah.
JJ has this hand secured and then some.
At least for Wiz, he didn't try to pull off anything crazy there.
No.
We've seen him pull a couple bluffs here and there, so
Had 3-5 off.
wouldn't have been the most surprising that he tries
I knew
one.
you didn't have what I had.
But
Just glad it didn't come 3-5 queen.
definitely a good no bluff.
Get a pair of queens, push it all.
3-5 queen would have been bad for you. JoeAndDad.com. Hashtag can't win. Don't like that.
We see AJ open up to 20.
Pick me. It's my turn.
Good pick. I just wanted to thank y'all for all y'all's donations.
JJ did call. Scotty came along. Wiz called as well. Flop a king, king 9. Nobody with a king or a 9.
Yeah, nobody with either one.
Come on, get this button.
So checks over to JJ, and he stabs and takes it down.
Another queen.
Queen high was good.
Also, again, guys, a reminder: Card Player Poker Tour starts up August 10th. Will run through August 21st. Headlined by our $1,700 Mystery Bounty main event. Bounties are going to range anywhere from $500 to $50K. The last time, of course, we had a Mystery Bounty event, we saw Tyler pull the 3 top bounties. The 10K bounty, the 25K bounty, and the 50K bounty all went to Tyler. Literally took first place money just off of bounties.
I need that guy to give me a bounty coaching session. Telling me all the tricks.
Well, he also final tabled the main event too, so he was doing A-OK that day.
Still in there. I got there. 25.
Wow, and Wiz does hit his flush as the 4th club does come out.
No, I did have a club. Okay, I still remember. I didn't want to look. You know, it's a sign of weakness. You know. Like, I think I got a club under here. Let me.
Play wrestling in that. Alright.
Greatness.
I mean, I'll straddle if you straddle. 60 straddle. Wow. Got carried away there. That way they can never tell.
I had to go out there for a second. We have a door that's out right beside us and everything that we keep closed off, so I was making sure no one was going out that door. It's someone that kept dropping their tip box. That's what the sound was I was hearing. So,
which one would do that?
Yeah, right. So Scotty raised it to 65. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Scotty's in a bit of trouble. AJ with aces. And Scotty's going to call.
Scotty doesn't know.
Scotty does not know. Oh, and he does catch a king on the flop.
He's pretty much doomed at this point. And there it is.
Yep. Tough. What a cooler.
Boom.
Eesh.
I'm
So AJ,
Oh.
AJ no longer stuck. Kind of saw the writing on the wall on that one.
Yeah, and King High Flop sealed the fate.
Yeah.
All in fair play. Since we told you to straddle, we deserve a cut. That's all right.
JJ wakes up with kings under the gun. Makes it 40 to go. Zach looks down at a suited wheel ace from the button. He's going to put in the call. It's just going to be them two heads up.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Not quite the fireworks of the last hand. We're going to see JJ C-bet. Well, maybe I spoke too soon. Zach's puts in the float with just ace high. Turn 10 of clubs comes. JJ bets again, and I think if Zach was floating to try and take advantage of a scary card, this is a pretty good one to do it. That looks to be what's going on. Zach raises it up, makes it 2:25 to go. Pretty ugly spot for JJ. He's got no club.
Yeah, pretty polarizing spot here for JJ.
Yeah, not a fun spot to be in. It's really hard for you to improve in any way.
Well, it's also the fact that you have 2 overs, and he does make the call.
There's still a chance Zach could have a hand like Queen Jack or King Queen, and is making this small raise to freeze on the river. But as played, I mean, if Zach puts in a hefty river bet, it's going to be really hard for JJ to call.
I think that's what JJ might be considering here, too, because he fired the bet on the turn, and then Zach raised them. So he's going to check it.
Yeah, I mean, JJ essentially only has a bluff catcher at this point. Obviously, it's a really good bluff catcher.
It's a near pot-sized bet. Is it 400?
Yeah, it went like 2/3.
Yeah, about 2/3.
It's ugly. You don't see a lot of people do a bluff like this.
Yeah. The facial expressions from JJ,
Yeah,
definitely telling
they
it
say
all.
it all. It's exactly. He looks how you would feel if you're in this spot, you know. See, he's like, I don't know. Pretty ugly. He does call.
I got kings.
Pretty rough for Zach. Ran into JJ having a really, really big hand. Probably would have let go of worse. And we've seen him be a little active.
I feel like I see you in so many difficult situations. I don't know why. I put myself there. That's the problem. I play so many stupid hands. I'm like, take it. Appreciate you, man. What do you expect when you're doing that? Oh, I got the nuts. Just remember, 4.
So 3-way limp pot. There was a straddle. Nobody raised it up pre-flop.
I got my 8. Just need my
Checks around on the flop. Now AJ is going to bet on the turn. He is holding the ace of spades for the nut flush draw.
scared of the flush. That's the only one.
But JJ is going to call.
I'm waiting my. Oh.
The river is a brick, so
Listen, I have to bet now that the card that I asked for came out. Just check to me. 35. I was lying. I got nuts.
JJ does let go of the deuces. So AJ had his hand, ace jack. It's right there in his name. Can't lose with it. So no straddle, and RC looks at queen jack suited under the gun. He's going to limp on in. Zach's going to call it queen 9. We're going to see AJ raise it up from the button. After he looks down at the same hand as last time, ace jack. AJ for AJ. Both RC and Zach call, so 3 ways to a flop. That flop does come down queen jack 10. So top 2 for RC, top pair plus open-ended for Zach, and middle pair and gutter for AJ. But turn comes 8 of spades, so Zach improves to the straight. Zach does bet 50 with his straight.
I was not provided with that. And I was marking that deuce.
AJ is going to let go of his middle pair and Broadway draw, but RC calls with top 2. River offsuit deuce. RC checks it over to Zach, who fires out 100 with his straight. RC is going to call. See the bad news. Much needed pot for Zach after running into a pretty rough spot, trying to bluff JJ with the kings. Build a little bit of momentum back.
No, but I'm a giant I thought I got them all.
My buddy, he lives in Chicago, was watching tonight, so I was like, see if he heard it. He's like, I love the
Yeah, they're not really true
I do have a little over an hour remaining in the live stream, guys. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Again, getting closer and closer to 9,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. Definitely appreciate everyone who has taken the time to support the channel, whether it's liking videos, subscribing, becoming a channel member, gifting memberships, doing super chats, donations, all that stuff. Every little bit helps our live stream production. And yeah, we wouldn't be able to put on these live streams without you guys. So thank you so much for always coming through. Greatly appreciate it. So JJ's in here with the 7 Dewey. Drawing thin too, 4%.
Yeah,
and
pretty
he's
ugly.
Gonna raise
Scott's
it.
got 2 pair. Well, Scott's gonna raise it up for sure.
Oh yeah, 100%.
year I saw him in Dodger State when he had, I think he had 60.
Zach does let it go.
Yeah, it was something around
JJ's gonna say, "Oops, my bad."
JJ's like, I was trying to be funny.
Yeah. Sorry for trying.
Yeah. He's like, listen, I just scooped up a pretty decent sized pot. I'm just being, I was just having a little fun.
Probably.
Definitely would have worked against Zach.
Oh, Mike, remind me if I see you Sunday at Orange Park, remind me to tell you the very first hand that I played.
Oh, yeah?
So it was the meetup game that we did back in January. And the very first hand that I ever get dealt at a poker table is 7 deuce.
Nice.
I'll tell you the story from there. I'll tell you how I had 7 deuce and somehow got a double up from it. Very first hand I ever play.
I was going to say, I'm sure you folded it. Nope.
No, I did not.
So if any of you out there want to come play a guy who loves playing 7 deuce on Sunday, he may have just said where you can find him.
Yeah, exactly. 7 deuce would have worked on this hand, maybe potentially.
Yeah.
But it says a pair of 10s.
I went to the old Yankee Stadium, and that was kind of like fools.
All right, you teach me how to play 7 deuce, and I'll teach you how to play pocket jacks.
All right, that works. Fair enough.
Got big portion of the problem hands figured out.
Like people were good. That was the last stadium I went to, or like the one I.
Needless to say, it drew quite the reaction in the St. Augustine room when people found out that's what I played, and that's what I got a double up from. Yeah, first time I ever played poker, booked a near $1,000 win. Haven't won anything since.
Hey, you peaked in your first game.
Yeah, exactly.
This is like 6 grand or something, maybe more.
Okay, so a little context here. The guys were talking about doing a stand-up game as far as trying to, have a little fun on the live stream, do the stand-up game. We've seen a lot of other live streams do this as well. We've also done live stand-up games as well. What ends up happening, though, it's kind of funny.
You sit down when you want a hand, right? Yeah. You sit down when you. Yeah. So if you're the last one standing, you pay everyone at the table $25. That's kind of cool. And the point is, it's the drive action. That's kind of the purpose. You know what I mean? Like you want to win a hand, so you sit down, so it forces you to play more.
RC is a little
It's just like a fun
confused by the concept of this.
So like if you raise.
I will say, like, trying to explain it to somebody who's never seen it might be pretty tough.
Okay.
You can play the same. They never play. You gotta stand. Oh, okay. He doesn't understand.
Well, you have good position right now, so it's a good time to start. This is good for
You have the button. That's pretty good in this game.
Brad's like, you got a good.
So the last one starting gets 20 from the.
No, it has to pay everyone. You want to win a pot and sit down.
3 players.
So it's like uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to stand up.
I see. So the ones that I watched Garrett live when win $1 million playing stand-up game.
Hearing them explain the stand-up game to RC, this is a gem.
They were playing 400, 800 with an auto straddle. So they were all
So like see how like we have a big pot going because they want to sit down immediately.
When he won, he won $1 million. Right. Yeah, from a stand-up game.
You pay everybody $20?
So let's see. We got pocket eights versus king tray. Set of eights is going to win it for Wiz.
Yeah, and he's not been the aggressor. JJ was the aggressor, so.
Yeah.
Fortunately for JJ, he didn't continue on the turn. So.
Want to sit down?
So he gets to sit down now. He doesn't owe anyone.
You gotta show it. Yes, you have to show it. You have to show to get this shit out.
Yeah, he does. That is the rule. You have to show.
I don't think so, but
You have to show.
Yeah, it used to be like just like 7 deuce game. You have to show the 7 deuce.
that's the net game when you get in the buttons. Typically, you show their side bets going.
So Wiz does take it down. So he
and made a side bet.
he will take a seat.
Because it influences action on like, but we're not playing big enough for that.
Absolutely. For sure.
Okay.
Oh, I guess RC's like, no, I'm good.
You're not playing the game? No. Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's not fun.
Yeah, you can do it. He's only one person.
What's that?
Rip. No stand-up game. Not everybody wants to play.
Just tell them to watch YouTube and you'll see it every day. The stand-up game.
So y'all wait till I win the hand, then. That's what we do. That's what we do.
This is where we would.
Like, you know what? We're not playing anymore.
This is where we would cue the mission failed sound effect.
It's just like
If you guys know what I'm talking about. Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
I raised.
Good thing going.
Listen, I'll step back up. I ain't scared. I'd have still been in if I was only one player. Like, yeah, you know what I mean?
I agree.
Let me win this hand real quick and then somebody.
I can see if it was like 2 or 3 people.
Come on.
Does only take
It's
one
just like
person
he's
to
away
kill
from
a
the
game.
table. It's like he's walking away from the table.
But he didn't want to. He's still playing hands. You know what I'm saying? So like it's still like
It's like 7 deuce. If he ain't playing, you can't have a 7 deuce game. Everybody has to.
Oh well.
I like the 7 deuce game.
Almost
Yeah,
happened.
they tried. They really, really did try.
Like if he went ahead, he
I'm
would have
saying
been
the fact he's
successful.
still winning in those situations.
Is that a race? Yeah, a race.
Okay. Or 7 to 30.
No, no, what you got? 175 from the racing. 5
RC elected not to do the stand-up game and
And
waits
now
till
he
the
gets
pocket
aces.
Ooh. Well, had a much better shot at getting paid with them if the game was still on too.
Poker gods, I don't think that's the way that works.
Yeah, but if he did play the stand-up game and had aces,
Uh-huh.
might have made a lot more.
Might have, potentially. It's kind of weird. All right, so we're got an hour left in the live stream. Let's go ahead and show the stats now. It is ironic the guy that is up the most, though, doesn't want to play the stand-up game. So RC up 1,000. AJ is back up after being stuck for most of the live stream. JJ, JP, Wiz, all up. Brett's relatively even. Zach and Scotty right now, the ones that are the most stuck.
Yeah, like at a baseball game. Like,
Out of baseball?
yeah, it was super.
And then here's a look at the VPIPs. 20% VPIP for Brett. Everyone else, 27% and above. Scotty still with the highest VPIP, 54%. Wiz, 52%.
So I called AJ. I was like, yeah, I got to. I'm JP. JP, just in case John's going.
Yeah, so we have an AJ, a JP, and a JJ.
Stands for the Jacksonville
All the Jacks are gone.
Straddling the 8, raises 25.
Jacksonville professional.
Hold one.
And they're ironically all sitting right next to each other.
Call 4. Hold 6.
That's kind of funny.
25.
Yeah, Pittsburgh is. Yeah, it's the scene and it's just like really, really
105 and 7. Hold 8.
nice. They started off hot this year.
Oh yeah, we did.
But they kind of cooled off. The Reds are good.
Call 9. Yes.
Sorry, let me see how this
Same thing with like the
JP waking up with ace king out of the big blind.
Those three bet at the 105. All right, 3 players to the flop. 4-8 deuce hits absolutely nobody. Scotty does have a backdoor to hearts as well as JP. But this bet from JP is more than likely going to take it down.
Glad the ace didn't come.
Yeah, we're in second place for the first time this year.
Aces. Get to sit down, sir.
Right, thank you.
That's how we're starting off.
Well, we've lost like 11 of our past 13 or something. Like, we're on a bad streak right now. It kind of sucks. Like,
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. We've been talking about, of course, Christmas in July. The final day for that promotion is going to be on Sunday, July 23rd with $2,300 high hands. Of course, Card Player Poker Tour is right around the corner as well. But sneaking up closer and closer is the series everyone is looking forward to. The World Poker Tour coming to Best Bet Jacksonville. It's going to be in October, running through till November. And there's going to be some fun stuff lined up, especially for the live stream as well. Once details are ironed out, we'll obviously share everything that's going to be happening with WPT, but there's going to be some cool stuff. There's going to be some fun opportunities for people to participate for WPT.
Bit strange. I don't remember what
Pretty excited for it. It's going to be my first time seeing a WPT event here in person.
Yeah, they're always a lot of fun. It's a whole different experience.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it for sure. Zach does catch an ace on this flop. JJ bets 50. His pair of nines. Now board does pair. 4.
Yeah. They're still
Feels all
but they're moving to Vegas now.
Yeah.
Probably 4 or 5 years.
You hear all that noise? Somebody wants $6. At the 240.
Yeah.
They went crazy.
I'm assuming all that noise was somebody hitting a high hand.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in the cruise giveaway hour too, so.
Yep. I can tell you what that was too. It was a jack high straight flush that hit in 2-2 land.
Nice.
So pretty strong high hand to hit.
It's gonna fade the next 40 minutes. So easy.
There are 3 hands that could still potentially beat you.
It's a long sweat.
I know it says, yeah, it is.
That's always been my joke whenever I would announce a high hand and it's super early in the segment, like a jack high straight flush or a queen high straight flush or something like that. And I hear all the groans in the room. I'll be like, "Don't worry, there's still 2 hands that could beat it. There's still 3 hands that could beat it."
Always the optimist.
Yep. Or just someone that's a sarcastic needler like me.
Yeah. Telling you, if you're the guy with the jack high straight flush, time is slowing down.
Yeah.
Next 40 minutes takes about an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, basketball. They were putting on like.
Wow, what a ace 10 flop.
Gotti goes for the C bet. Gets to take it down against RC's 7s.
It's funny too. We also had a couple segments last week where we had a royal flush hit like 8 to 10 minutes into the segment. So of course all of our 2-4 tables just pause action. It's kind of funny every time I see that happen.
All right, lunchtime.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Up 50-minute.
I don't know what else I don't know what else I would do. That's like, I just keep playing.
I would as well, but I have seen people definitely get up and leave for a bit whenever a royal hits that early.
If I were like 20, 21 years old, $30 million contract or whatever, I'd be the biggest idiot in the world.
Do you want those picks? Not really. Okay, I'll take some.
How much are they?
Man, these flops are all of a sudden not connecting with anybody. Backdoor to hearts and backdoor to diamonds. That's really about it.
Who wants to bluff the most right now?
Right.
Like he was due to get paid like $100 million. It's like, and they literally pay for it.
Where did all this pink come from? Where did all that pink come from?
But it's the same thing with like normal people.
That's the most pink I've seen on a table.
Well, you see, Ryan, when a red chip falls in love with a white chip.
I see. I understand now.
It's like JJ's bluffing with queen high. It was good.
Queen high was good all the way.
It was who felt like bluffing the most at this one.
Also, guys, again, a reminder tomorrow, 2-2 no limit hold'em deep stack action we'll have for you. We'll get that live stream up and running around 6:15 tomorrow. And then on Saturday, 2-5 no limit hold'em deep stack action. That stream will start around 4:15. And then that'll be it for the streams for this weekend. Next weekend, we got some good live streams in store for you as well. On Thursday night, the 27th, we'll be back at it with some 2-5 no limit hold'em deep stack action with the $25 big blind ante that will be in play, followed by some 5-10 no limit hold'em action on Friday, July 28th. And then on Saturday, July 29th, our final 3 streams, of course, for the month of July, we'll be back at it with some 5-10 PLO. So that's what we have on tap for next weekend. Meanwhile, back to this hand here. Scotty and JJ are heads up. Pocket 10s versus Jack 4 suited.
JJ check called the flop.
Too good. I think it's plenty. I think y'all were like, you know what? We were trying to get him. He won the first hand. That's it. We're not doing it.
Scared of anything. I'm waiting for you to bet. That's all I'm waiting for.
That's it.
That was a left-handed field goal. Yeah, I wouldn't go.
Oh, look at that. I got one extra chip.
Give me the black one.
I bet you do that.
Yes, thank you. I got a rebate.
Chase, sorry, 1-1.
Josh, I'm anticipating that August schedule to come up sometime soon. Probably in the next couple days, you'll see the August live stream schedule up on the website.
Who's in that ticket?
Can't be on the phone. That's my guy.
Can't vote. That's my guy over there.
Yeah, just keep your eyes peeled on the website. It should be up, like I said, in the next couple days.
Okay. Now it's messing with us.
No.
Wow. Brett flops 2 pair after opening it up with 5 tray.
Wow, such a disguised 2 pair, too.
That would have been a good board.
No. Okay. Would not have been a good one.
Yeah, and it goes bet call to him.
That'd have been my joindead.com.
He's going to go ahead and raise it up.
Yeah, this guy.
275. This guy.
He's in our pot.
The pretenders get out of the way, and Brett gets to take it down.
Yeah.
7-3.
A couple of threes, a 7-3.
We know he didn't have 4 because he would be up there on the high hand.
I appreciate he bet me out. Thank you. Not milking it.
High end 3,000 right now?
No, 31-44. It's a royal flush. Actually, it's a royal flush, so it doesn't
Royal
matter.
flush.
Oh, wow. So Royal just hit, apparently.
10 minutes in.
So someone already snagged themselves a cruise. The Royal just hit.
You
Get a jacket and $100.
Whoever gets it first. Yeah.
Well, that's got to be fun. I'm just thinking about the paperwork. So the cruise, plus the extra 100, plus the choice of the backpack and the jacket. Yeah, guys, have fun with that.
It's like every 2 hours like a straight flush, and I've never hit a flush.
Bro, I hit a straight flush. I hit a straight flush, and it didn't even make it to the board.
Played so many
Seen that happen too.
Bro, they had a wheel. I hit it to either like the 6 or the 7. And bro, as they were walking over to the table, they were like 10 high straight flush. Didn't even make it up to the board. I called my dude like, bro, I hit a straight flush. He's like, oh, they got the high. And I was like, bro, didn't even make it up to the board.
Seen that happen as well.
Was it one of the big ones?
I mean, this is
No, it was like a 7.
had someone hit a 6-high straight flush on the live stream, and as we were calling it in, someone hit a jack high straight flush.
Didn't even get it.
Like simultaneous.
Brutal.
It's like, damn, we couldn't even get it on the board.
I don't know if I'd rather have that or get beat at the last second. I think I'd almost rather just not even get on there.
Yeah, I think I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I'm shut down, bro. Is there a reason the cat in the back?
It's like Wiz is firing out
Just remember when I used to.
triple barrel.
Well, it's like 500K.
Zach's 10 is good.
Yeah, some young kid won it over on the first 2-5 tape, sitting in the number 1 seat. Kid was like 21 years old. He won what? He won 600 and some thousand.
I just remember
Like
like
that,
so much.
Oh, it used to be that big like that.
Exciting.
Oh, a while ago. Yeah, no, it was here. It was right on the first 2-5 table. I bet $1 million. I was there when he hit it. Yeah, 'cause I was there when he hit it. It was right before COVID.
I remember someone won it like
Did I? No, I was standing right by the table while they were playing. A bunch of us were. And the kid stood up, and the guy, he was in one, and the other guy was in another.
Oh, wow. They're about to do it.
Yeah. They both stood up, and they finished out the hand, and the total plot was over 600. So 25%, 25%, and then 50%. So he got 300 and something, and then the older guy got his 25%. You know, 100.
Straddle was on this hand, and Wiz opened it up to 50.
It's just like it doesn't get better. I need a bad beat so I can be even again.
Wiz did flop middle pair.
People I owe would be so happy.
Betts once it checks over to him. And that's going to take it down.
Oh, yeah.
Do see a straddle and a blind raise on this hand. They're bringing back the blind raise.
That's why I like playing here. Limp and you can't do nothing about it. The game's suck here. The game's suck for play. Yeah, it's easy to avoid this. But like blackjack, Vegas, it's everywhere. It's hard.
After a couple of limps, we're going 4 ways to a flop. Two players with spades on a 10-9-4 2-spade flop. JJ bets out with his top pair. Scotty calls a second pair. Now both players left to have a flush draw. And they both do call. We're staying 4 ways to a turn. Which comes the ace of spades. So Wiz with the nut flush, Zach with a non-nut flush. And everyone checks. Both Wiz and Zach are trapping everybody on the table. Now, Scotty Rivers 2 pair makes a tiny bet. That's 25 into 225. We see Wiz raise it up. Zach correctly only calls instead of re-raising.
What's the total?
So I bought it twice. That's a real big one. Oh, it was huge.
Now Scotty is weighing his options with 2 pair here.
I played July 3rd. Yeah, they had the 10K. Yeah, okay. They had that during the That's all the guys that lost it.
Yeah, I'm just doing it anyway. I got 2 pairs.
Scotty does call.
I figured. Yeah, exactly.
So Wiz is going to scoop a pretty nice sized pot. Zach somehow got off pretty cheap by not betting the turn and reading Wiz for strength on the river.
It's like 140 points first place. July 3rd. Yeah. It was pretty sick. It was 200 plus.
Nonetheless, a pretty good pot for Wiz to take down with his king 6, winning a couple hundred after a limp.
I was there for because I just like cash. But last night I had to stay up all night until I had like a 5 a.m. flight. No, this was like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. But I had to kill time. I was like, well, I can't go to sleep because I have to wake up at like 4 a.m. anyway. So I just played it pretty much. It was also like late.
It's like, what could they have? Bet 25. Should have flat it, then you would have raised. You'd have did what I did. Giving away.
Do have a live straddle on for $10 under the gun.
0 for 7. Because our final table remained a bit here.
Pop with a rolling stone and you're gathering no more.
See RC limp, Wiz limps.
I was like feeling good. I was like, all right, I'm going to Vegas and like I'm playing well.
Avalanche of limpers at this point. Gets around to Scotty's option in the straddle. And he wakes up with pocket kings.
125.
He's going to raise it up pretty large, makes it 125 to go.
Is it? It is? Oh, shit, I thought it was 240.
That's what I told myself. If I wanted to I would have.
Alright, 700.
Pretty quickly folds back around to JJ.
It's mostly, it's just hard.
Just a matter, does he want to go set mining? But Scotty doesn't seem like he has enough behind. It'll be profitable for JJ to set mine.
Well, I got to take 4 days off. Next year I might. But what I figured is like next year I might just play the main and nothing else. Because like otherwise it's just,
I thought you said something. Didn't he say something? Maybe he said something. Oh, well, I'm committed to
oh yeah. You got everyone's mining, right?
Not out of turn.
Well, it's so deep.
I thought he said something.
Not out of turn.
Going the other way.
JJ does call.
Was it 16 or 16? But it's like 2-hour level.
Flops queen 9-7.
All in.
And people just don't realize like how long
All in.
so like you can make it basically
Scotty shoves, JJ folds. And
four people were like
Scotty just couldn't wait to get those chips in the middle.
That would have hurt.
well, yeah,
I would have called Big King 2-7 or 2-7-5.
all the really bad.
I would have called.
So you want to like catch them.
Kings, aces.
I know people do
And I had aces before too. So.
yeah,
But I shouldn't have called that other hand. It made me lose.
Like you don't have to do
I should have just
be super
didn't
patient.
even bet.
I haven't seen any of that over here. I think 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 10s.
I haven't had any of those.
No picture page, no picture.
But all the other events, it's like you're just hovering around 15 to 20 minutes most of the time. You have to win a bunch of points.
King Queen, King Jack, had Ace King, Ace Queen.
I do see 2 limps, and then AJ raises it up with ace-9 suited. Makes it 30 to go.
How much? 30.
Gets over to Scotty, who calls out of the big blind with 6-5. Zach's going to come along with his pocket 9s. After Wiz call with king 8, so 4 ways to a flop. Flop does come Jack 9-7, so middle set for Zach, middle pair for AJ. Gut shot for Wiz. Bad gut shot for Scotty. Checks around. Turn comes king of spades, so now Wiz does turn top pair. Bets 35 with it. And now Zach's going to bump it up, makes it 125 to go. Pretty wet board. 2 different flush draws. Zach definitely has to pump it up. And everybody's going to let it go, including Wiz. Zach has to take it down.
I'd say we take the $2 grand and the cruise, and we win the bad beat all in the same hand.
sexy.
So, somebody got 4 aces, somebody get a straight flush, that wins the cruise. Plus the bad beat. Huh? No, they said that wasn't good.
Locked it up. Whoever gets it first.
I think people were buying the cruises.
It works.
Oh, it's a good.
I would consider it. What I was saying is, they were asking the reason why it says in the center, it says 31.44.
Yeah, I think
That's the
people were
payout.
saying like 1,000 to 1,500.
They're doing the cruise or whatever.
30 and 4. Yes, exactly. So the cruise
Well, they give you like 500 cash on board. Oh, really? Yeah, they give you cash like to play
That's
tournaments.
the entry for the tournament.
Yeah, yeah. I think they give you money like for the main or whatever.
8 super. Maybe that's an option. How cool if it was. Yeah. That's probably why it has the number. Full time, full more.
So the number they're talking about is the total value of the cruise package that we're giving away, part of the Christmas in July.
Apparently, yeah.
It's yours.
Includes the main event entry,
It's yours.
500 spending cash on board, as well as all the fees and everything for the cruise itself. So if you win it, you show up, you get to play in the main event, you get some spending money, get to go on a cruise.
Nancy, you still here?
That's the only thing. You don't want to switch the black and chicken fried rice.
It's like JJ is going to continuation bet after he 3-bet pre-flop, and that's going to take it down.
Monster he had.
No diamond.
Queen. Oh, there you go. Lost the minimum right there. Lost the minimum. I'm like, I'm going to need to flop.
No, this is not in Las Vegas. This is in Jacksonville, Florida, Northeast Florida. We have 3 locations: Best Bet Jacksonville, Best Bet Orange Park, and Best Bet St. Augustine.
Nice answer.
I don't care.
Glad the ace did not come.
It's just hard to invest in.
Now, ace queen 3 would have been a great flop.
I don't share your sentiment, sir.
Huh?
I don't share your sentiment.
3, 4, 6, and 7 bolts. 30.
Favorite number.
30?
That's my favorite call.
30 is your favorite number? Yeah.
No, your favorite call, 30 is your number. You bet 30 like 19 times.
I like it. Whether I have a record or not. Play with
All right, so we got 3 players here. Queen 8 queen. Again, a flop doesn't hit anybody.
Nope, it's high good.
Not bad. It's very
They check it over to JJ who c-bets, and
not as much on
he takes it down.
It's a humbling experience.
No, but that's what you want. Like, to get better. Like you could put these into one and win decent money on the side table. Sometimes I do that.
I've heard of one.
It's funny. Sometimes it's like the higher you go, the softer it is. Exactly. 15, 4C, hold 6, hold 6, like 2-5 is pretty tough on there.
It is an under the gun open, not a straddle this hand. Brett makes it 15 to go at Jack 10 of clubs.
Especially after like you want to time it after scoring.
Gets around to Scotty in the cutoff and calls with ace 7 offsuit. RC elects to call with ace queen from the button. Doesn't go for the 3-bet. Both blinds come along for a 5-way flop. An 8-7 deuce, 2 diamonds. So middle pair for Scotty. Gut shot for Brett and Zach. So checks around to Scotty. He does fire out for 65. Right around a pot-sized bet. Everybody else lets it go. Nice and easy for Scotty.
Dude, I mean, I've played a lot of English. I'm a conspiracy theorist. I'm sorry.
telling you, because it's certain shit.
Also, guys, again, a reminder, don't forget, tomorrow, July 21st, not August 21st, July 21st, $2,100 high hands every hour, starts up at noon, and it's at all 3 locations, a shared promotion between all 3 rooms, Jacksonville, Orange Park, or St. Augustine. Just be at one of those rooms. You could potentially take down a $2,100 high hand. Meanwhile, back here, Zach, pocket jacks, 3 bets into 85. And he's going to fold around. No, so that's how you win with jacks.
That's one of the ways.
Yeah.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it, man.
I just want to
No, thank you. That's all right. Thanks.
All right, so we have 30 minutes remaining in the live stream. Let's go ahead and show you stats as we do enter our final 30 minutes. That's the way things look. RC still up the most. Not a lot of movement, to be honest. Scotty's still stuck after he got into that hand with AJ earlier. The ace queen or ace king versus pocket aces. That's the way things look. As we do enter the 30 minutes, look at the V-pips. See if we get any potential fireworks here for our final 30 minutes. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching.
check the six.
I learned that when I was a kid. I used to be hammer all day. Any song.
Ace, ace, 4 flop. Zach has trip aces.
Yeah, I did that on purpose so nobody knows I have 1,000.
Check 2.
Turns them all dead.
I like the guys that don't know how much they have. Like you're watching on TV. How much is that?
Then Zach puts out a bet on that turn, and everybody quickly lets it go. Nobody with a straight draw, flush draw, nothing.
I have no idea.
Straddle from 8 seats. Calling. Who's that? You calling blind?
Yeah, just call them. I'm next.
All right, that's a new one. We got the blind call. This hand. JJ straddled. Scotty put in a blind call.
No looking. Oh, baby. Let's go. Who tells the best story?
The viewers know we don't.
Depends how much.
RC did limp first to act.
And JJ is going to bump it up to 60 with 6-5 offsuit.
It's trapping. I think he's trapping me. 150.
Now Scotty's going to make it 150 to go.
So, anytime JJ has raised it, Scott has 3-bet it. And if you're RC, you're wondering, what is going on here?
Yeah, it isn't helping me see. See, I got them looking right at him.
Got him.
Oh, man. Hold on a minute.
Showing the
There's
bluff.
one. I got one. That's good. That's
Oh.
the bluff.
One is all you need.
So it looks like it does get through. Scotty is going to take it down
Huh? Probably would have won.
simply because he felt like 3-betting JJ's raise.
Don't raise my blind calls. Moral.
I've been watching over here at camera the whole time. I've been playing everything. Played on my favorite.
Pretty funny stuff.
Big money.
Straight clubs in the muck.
Tiny White over here.
Zach
You
is
see
going to
Zach
go ahead and
put in a
bump it up
3-bet.
to 55. Did he call him Tidy Whitey? Thought I heard that right.
I don't-
You guys think I'm tight, you can rewatch the stream.
That was
Played 70, Sherlock.
Just the two of us?
No, that was me.
I like playing it, yeah, but I don't know how they feel about it here.
No, I said that was me playing.
They play it here.
How about me with the
So I play it all the time.
Wow, 7 deuce would have been great on this flop.
You know, I just said deuce, but you don't want to stand up. Nah, buddy.
They play.
Yes.
Check.
All set.
Scotty did call the 3-bet pre-flop. Now checks it over to Zach, who c-bet 60.
Popped it up.
Scotty lets it go.
Ah.
I had a pretty good idea.
I couldn't
Pretty good idea.
2, 3, 4 rolls. That's why you wanted to play it. I knew it was coming. Raise 27, all 2.
So earlier, RC turned down the stand-up game, then immediately got aces. Now he turns down the 7-deuce game and immediately gets 7-deuce. His timing is off.
Conspiracy, they're over there conspiring.
So flop went awkward bet, awkward call. Now we're on the turn, and looks like JP's figuring out how much to bet on the turn now. He does fire again with his gut shot. He was the pre-flop aggressor. The flop came ace high.
Yeah, JJ will let it go.
Gets rid of bottom pair.
Things is getting more and more awkward.
Just like whiz through the straddle out there. Could be 10 to go.
I got the high hand, bro. What are we doing?
JP's going to bump it up after everybody folds around to him. He's got queen tray suited.
40?
Yes, it is. When's the promotion end? 12. No, or like the day. Sunday. Queen.
Christmas is
July. Up to 2,500 or something.
2,400 is the last one.
Friday, Saturday. 2,400. Yeah, 24 is 4.
They're all yelling out 24 as the last day on the table, but it is the 23rd. Seems weird in July, but when Christmas run comes around and we close early on Christmas Eve, it'll make more sense. This looks like Scotty took the aggressive route with the open-ended straight draw. Gets to drag a pot as a result.
Let me fix it.
I'm gonna knock that 30 out, man.
Alright. I'll make it
Call.
25 next time.
I believe. 2250.
Folds around to JJ, who bumps it to 30. Scotty gives him a speech and then puts in a call. JJ's got 8-6 suited. Scotty, ace tray suited. RC came along with king 10 out of the blinds. It's like Wiz called out the big blind as well. And flop comes ace jack tray, so 2 pair for Scotty. You see JJ put in a C bet, and then Scotty pumped it up
Same as last time.
pretty large, made it 250. Scotty gets to take it down.
What's the scouting report for He's playing poker. We play the same big tournament every night.
Oh, okay.
It's only $16 to get in, but it's $3,600 for first place. And then you get 88,000 chips. It's called the 88 game.
Okay.
And it's real good. It's big. I've won it a couple times. Yeah, I've been to the main table 11 times.
Damn, how 36? Is it every week or
It's
something?
every night, every single night
every
at
single
8:08 p.m. It's called Crazy Eights is what it's called.
Okay.
Crazy Eights. They have them in the morning, the afternoon, but the big one is at night. About 1,500 players.
Yeah.
And it's about 9 hours to finish.
So JP opened it up initially with 10-7 of hearts. JJ put in a 3-bet with Jack 7 of spades. Flop comes ace 5 tray rainbow, and JP checks it over. JJ c-bets, takes it down. We're going to see AJ rack it up, call it a night. GG AJ.
Every time I straddle, paying $10 to me. So it makes it fun thing. Helping myself. Helping out the community, you know?
We got JP putting the straddle on. Going to be 10 to go. Drum under the gun. Gotti's going to raise it up. RC calls with king 10. Wiz comes with 9-5 suited. Brett's going to call with ace 7 of clubs. And JP gets to close the action for 10 more with queen jack. So 5 ways to a flop we go. And it comes jack high, jack 7 deuce, but all spades. So top pair for Scotty, who decides to bet full pot, 100. RC's got king of spades for flush draw, but he's going to let it go with all the players behind. And it gets all the way around JP, who's going to let top pair go as well. So Scotty gets to take it down. Did not have the best hand, but he fired out on the flop like he did. Probably because he thought his jack was good. He was just trying to deny anybody catching up with the spades. Fortunately, the pot-sized bet into 4 people looks strong enough to get JP off top pair.
Well, if you guys are thinking of it, we're going to cut it right now. House always wins. Back on the list.
So we're on 3 ways to a flop where RC has pocket aces, only limped in, trying to trap. Now him and JJ both with big diamonds, and there's the 4th diamond on the turn, so RC with the nut flush, JJ with 2nd nut flush. JJ bets 50 for value, and snap raise by RC. Correctly throws up in his mouth. Does call. does just get the bad news after he sticks in the call, and RC gets to scoop a decent pot with pocket aces that were played a little differently than you normally see.
That had to be like nothing. He won some.
Well, I was saying like
Talking about his defense.
defense.
I already passed. I tried to.
We wanted you to stay standing up.
Hold on. Hold on. Oh, how tight is the one?
We got 4 ways to in a limp pot. King, queen, 8, 2 hearts. Nobody with a king. Middle pair for Brett. Gut shot for JJ. RC and Zach both with under pairs of the board. We're down to 3 players heading to the turn. Checks around to Brett again on a 7 of diamonds turn card. He's going to fire out 30. JJ calls, and their heads up to a river. The river's 6 clubs, and Brett's going to take it down. Once again, do appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. Winding down here on a Thursday night.
Is he taking it?
No, he's not taking it.
We saw Wiz limp in. Now JP's going to bump it up from the button to 30. Does have King Jack offsuit. JJ wakes up with Ace Queen out of small blind. Does 3 bet to 105. Folds back around to JP. Looks like he's putting in the 4-bet. Makes it 325 to go.
Really? Every time I play, it seems like there's a massive that's the last one.
Hello? No, I'm playing.
Not often you see some lighter 4-bets at 2-5 table, but looks like JJ is snuffing it out this time. Really thinking about it. And JJ does call. So these two go into a flop. 4 tray deuce rainbow. Got a stack to pot ratio of about 2. And it goes check check. Turn is another tray. Let's put a second club on board. And we see check check again. River 9 of clubs. Doesn't approve anybody.
I can see how. I can see how.
JJ's going to check. JP's assembling some chips. Now JJ is going to think about it. It doesn't seem overly believable. Still tough to call with ace high. You got to think what an overpair. Check both the flop and the turn. And if we got to the river here,
Nice man, sir. It was a good raise, pre-flop.
JP does not show the bluff. Thought he would. I think maybe JJ was a little scared JP's holding ace king and actually would have had the best hand.
Turned the boat. That's what's more interesting. Got all the
Yeah, JP has shown a pretty wide variety of play tonight, too.
Yeah.
That's all he's been doing all night.
Navigated pretty well
Sometimes I
He got
got
some
it.
good hands, yeah, but I'm
for a couple different spots.
4 times he didn't have it. And that's a lot.
All right, we are getting close to ending the stream tonight, guys. Do appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Probably got about another 10 minutes left in the live stream here. And JP, ace king. Queen 9 for JJ, pocket 9s for Scotty.
Well, all three of them with some hands could really create some fireworks.
That's it. Now I'm asking for more. There you go.
So a raise, we got a 3-bet from Scotty. 115 with his pocket 9s.
That fuel tank looks empty.
And just a question of whether he wants to 4-bet, and if so, what size for JP.
That looks like
Not
a
too
4-bet
worried.
coming.
Yeah, you're not too worried about JJ's call behind you. The way they've been 3 and 4 betting each other, if JJ had a real hand, he would have put in a raise. So,
Oh, 100%.
so you can kind of just exclude him from the equation, and now you got a monster against Scotty, who's been pretty active.
Yeah, 4-bet to 335, and Scotty does call with his 9s. Six tray flop, so 2 pair for Scotty.
What's that, Yahtzee, you said? Check.
Does go check. 10 on the turn.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I checked.
Really thought Scotty was going to fire there. There, but instead he goes for the check raise shove.
Sorry, I got one of these in there.
Well, they know the live stream is getting ready to end, so we're seeing some fireworks here.
Yeah, it might be too much for JP to call. Getting about 3 to 1, maybe 4 to 1.
Oh, wow, he put in the call. JP did put in the call.
Scotty's 9s do hold. It's a big pot here, close to the end, going Scotty's way.
Wow. Yeah, massive one for Scotty.
I do believe, JJ. All right, guys, we are at final 3 hands of the live stream. Do not start racking up until the completion of the last hand.
All right, so we are at final 3 hands now. Final 3 hands of the night. And then we'll bid you all adieu and then be back with you tomorrow for some 2-2 no limit hold'em deep stack cash action. Get that live stream going around 6:15 tomorrow.
The rich get even. I was down 800, remember, to him.
All three to try and get it back. Hold on.
So Zach open, get 3 callers, 4 ways to a flop, comes 10-7-6. Pretty crazy flop for both Wiz and JJ. Both holding spades along with straight draws. RC does have top pair. There it is with Wiz putting in the raise. He's got pair plus straight flush draw. He can't hit the straight flush, unfortunately, for him and high hand purposes, since JJ is holding the 9 of spades. Looks like JJ put in the call with his gut shot and flush draw. Oh. Wiz bets out 150 on the turn, and JJ snap calls. The river is another king of hearts.
We took care of him too. We played the raise game on tips.
Since it bricked out, JJ's got to let it go.
And straight, y'all.
Wiz gave him the look of, you said the hand that I have. Red opens under the gun to 15. He's got ace 10, and JP puts in a 3-bet to 55 with pocket 9s. JJ looks down at deuces. He's going to call. Gets back around to Wiz in the small blind. He's going to let it go, along with Zach in the big.
So no surprise, heads up with JP and JJ.
Yep. In a 3-bet pot. JP elects to go for a check call.
Interesting turn, as now that makes JJ open-ended. Actually, a gutter as well.
Basically only a gutter. 6 would be a chop.
Yeah, yep.
Because it puts straight on the board, so.
JP's going to raise it here to 2 in the queue.
This game and then this live stream strong, aren't you?
Enthusiasm.
Let's go.
That is a JJ's face. That is a smirk of he's got some mischievous ideas running through his head right now with these deuces.
Hand on the button. Button is on me.
Man, you ain't got none of that.
He said he don't have any of that.
Yeah, it was a pretty sneaky way to play this hand by JP. He was the 3-better and then checks it over.
No, the live stream is just on Thursday, Fridays, and Saturday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sometimes.
What? JJ ripped it?
He does jam.
Wow, rips it all in.
Almost makes sense if they were deeper.
They got the same hand.
JP would never 3-bet a pair 7s through trays.
Nines are good.
9s are good. Wiz is perplexed.
What?
He's like, what?
Yeah, I think if they were deeper stacked, it would have worked out.
Did you owe him money or something like that? What does that cost? Like, you guys owe him money or something? Like,
Wow.
collusion.
What a hand. Interesting hand. Well, JJ's going to end his night a hand early with that one. JP, who gave a lot of his stack to Scotty a couple hands prior, now gets some chips back in front of him courtesy of JJ.
And definitely a little reprieve for him on the end.
There you go. Top of the leaderboard. Final hand and it breaks out to 30.
What an interesting hand.
5.
All right, so we are at final hand of the night, guys. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. All right, Jack 8 suited versus 10-7 suited. And Brett does hit his Jack. Turn as a king. And JP is going to go ahead and bet after Brett checked it to him. Bets 55.
JP was the original pre-flop raiser, so king kind of smashed him.
And Brett does let it go. And that is going to be it for tonight. Let's go ahead and show final stats as we do bid everyone adieu. And, yeah, RC, Scotty got the big double up from JP, and then JP gets some of JJ's chips back, and that's the way things end after a 2-5 Deep Stack live stream tonight. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Mike, any final words from you before we wrap up?
No, I think you nailed it. Appreciate everybody tuning in, talking with us, hanging out.
Absolutely. So that's going to be it for tonight for our dealers tonight, Chase and Seth, and for Mike Kruger, card room manager at Best Bet Orange Park, who you may see tomorrow if you head out there for the $2,100 high hand promotion. My name is Ryan, also known as Country. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Be easy. Thanks for watching.